Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Shimmer Between Worlds. In the spaces between heartbeats, in the pause between one breath and the next, there exists a realm where wonder and terror dance as eternal partners. The Feywild, that shimmering reflection of our own world, beckons from beyond the veil of ordinary perception, promising both the fulfillment of every dream and the manifestation of every nightmare. Here, in this place of primal magic and raw emotion, the very concept of reality bends like light through a prism, revealing truths too beautiful and too terrible for mortal minds to fully comprehend. To speak of the Feywild is to attempt describing color to the blind, music to the deaf, or love to the heartless. It is a realm that exists not merely as a parallel dimension, but as the emotional echo of every forest glade, every moonlit meadow, every shadow-dappled grove that has ever stirred wonder in the mortal heart. Where our material plane follows the rigid laws of physics and causality, the Feywild operates on older principles, the logic of dreams, the mathematics of myth, the science of story itself. Long before the first mortal civilizations learned to count the stars or map the heavens, the Feywild pulsed with ancient power. It emerged not through creation, but through reflection, a cosmic mirror held up to the nascent material plane as it cooled from the primordial chaos. Yet this was no mere copy, but rather a translation, as if reality itself had been reimagined by a mind of infinite creativity and profound alienness. Every tree that grew in the mortal world cast a shadow twin in the Feywild, yet that shadow possessed its own terrible life, its own impossible beauty, its own capacity for both benediction and curse. The membrane between these worlds has always been gossamer thin, permeable to those with the sight to perceive it, and the courage or foolishness to step across. In certain places, at certain times, when the stars align in patterns that speak to older geometries than mortal astronomy recognizes, the boundary becomes as fragile as morning dew. A traveler might step around a standing stone and find themselves in a forest where the trees whisper secrets in languages that predate human speech. A child chasing fireflies through summer twilight might follow them into a glade where those dancing lights are the spirits of ancient Fey lords, and discover that what seemed like moments of play have stolen decades from their mortal life. This permeability serves purposes beyond mere accident or whim. The Feywild exists in a state of eternal becoming, its very substance shaped by the dreams and fears of mortal hearts. Every tale told by firelight, every song sung to sleeping children, every prayer whispered to guardian spirits, adds another thread to the vast tapestry of Fey reality. The realm feeds on story and grows strong on wonder, yet it also hungers for the passionate intensity that only mortals can provide. The fierce brevity of human love, the exquisite agony of mortal loss, the desperate hope that burns brightest in creatures who know that their time is measured and finite. Yet to enter the Feywild is to risk more than mere physical danger, though such perils abound in forms both beautiful and grotesque. The greater threat lies in transformation, the gradual erosion of mortal perspective as the mind adapts to a realm where metaphor becomes literal truth, and symbolic thinking supersedes logical reasoning. Mortals who linger too long in the Feywild find their thoughts becoming as fluid as the realm itself, their memories reshaping themselves to fit Fey patterns of meaning. They return to the material plane, if they return at all, as strangers to their former selves, bearing wisdom too vast and terrible for mortal frameworks to contain. The geography of the Feywild defies conventional mapping, for it is shaped not by geological forces, but by emotional resonance and narrative significance. A single step might carry a traveler from a sun-dappled meadow, where unicorns graze on flowers of living starlight, to a shadowed bog, where the very air weeps with the sorrow of lost love. Mountains rise not because of tectonic pressure, but because they represent the overwhelming nature of certain truths. Rivers flow not downhill but toward emotional destinations, carrying the dreams of sleeping mortals to feed the great trees whose roots extend into multiple planes of existence simultaneously. Time itself moves differently in this realm of eternal summer and endless winter, where seasons change not according to celestial mechanics, but in response to the great emotional tides that sweep across the Fey consciousness. A moment of perfect joy might stretch into years of golden afternoon, while a single mistake can trap the unwary in eternities of repetitive consequence. The very air shimmers with temporal possibility, and those who learn to read the signs can sometimes glimpse the shadows of events that have not yet occurred in the material plane, or witness the echoes of futures that might never come to pass. The inhabitants of this realm defy easy categorization, for they are beings of pure archetype given form and will. From the tiniest pixie, whose laughter can heal mortal wounds or drive men to madness, to the mighty Archfey, whose very presence rewrites the local laws of reality, each Fey creature embodies some fundamental aspect of the mortal psyche made manifest. They are our hopes and fears given independent existence, our dreams and nightmares freed from the confines of sleeping minds to walk and speak and bargain in forms of impossible beauty and terrible purpose. Among mortals, the Feywild has been known by many names across countless cultures and ages. The Celts called it Tir na Nog, the land of eternal youth where heroes feast with gods and time becomes meaningless. Nordic peoples spoke of Alfheim, where the light elves dwelt in halls more beautiful than any mortal architecture could achieve. The Germanic tribes whispered of Das Feenreich, where fairy queens held court in palaces built from crystallized moonbeams and furnished with the dreams of poets. Yet all these names point toward the same fundamental truth, that somewhere beyond the edges of ordinary perception lies a realm where the impossible becomes inevitable, and where every mortal who enters must confront the deepest truths about their own nature. The magic that permeates every particle of the Feywild's existence operates on principles that would bewilder even the most learned wizards of the material plane. Here, intention matters more than incantation, emotion carries more weight than energy, and the strength of a story can literally reshape the world around the storyteller. Spells cast in the Feywild take on lives of their own, growing and evolving according to the narrative logic that governs the realm. A simple cantrip might bloom into a legend, while the most powerful mortal magic might wither like cut flowers in soil that recognizes only the authority of wonder. The very concept of ownership becomes fluid in this realm where all things exist in a state of potential transformation. A Fey lord might trade away his castle for a mortal's laughter, only to discover that the castle has relocated itself to follow its former owner's emotional resonance. A sword forged in the material plane might find itself transformed into a singing blade, whose melodies can cut through lies as easily as flesh, while a simple flower picked by a mortal hand might contain within its petals the power to heal any wound, physical or spiritual. It is here, in this place of eternal paradox and impossible beauty, that mortals first learn the true meaning of the phrase, "Be careful what you wish for." The Feywild grants desires with a literalness that reveals the hidden complexities of the human heart. A prince who wishes to be the strongest man in the world might find himself transformed into an immovable statue of perfect masculine beauty. A maiden who yearns for love might discover herself pursued by 1,000 suitors, each one a reflection of a different aspect of her own romantic fantasies, until she can no longer distinguish between her authentic desires and their endless refractions. The courts and kingdoms of the Feywild shift like weather patterns, rising and falling according to the great seasonal tides that govern Fey society. What mortals perceive as the changing of seasons, spring's awakening, summer's abundance, autumn's harvest, winter's rest, the Fey experience as fundamental shifts in the nature of reality itself. The Unseely court holds dominion during the bright months, when wonder outweighs terror and beauty takes precedence over fear. Yet as the wheel turns toward darker times, the Unseely court rises to prominence, reminding all who dwell in the Feywild that every rose has thorns, every song has verses that speak of sorrow, and every tale of triumph must acknowledge the price paid for glory. These seasonal transitions serve as more than mere political changes. They represent the fundamental duality that lies at the heart of all Fey existence. Light and shadow, creation and destruction, ecstasy and agony. These opposing forces dance together in the Feywild with an intimacy that would be impossible in the more rigid reality of the material plane. A single Fey creature might embody both blessing and curse, appearing as a beautiful maiden offering gifts of wisdom and power, only to reveal herself as a crone whose gifts carry prices that transform the receiver in ways they never imagined possible. This duality extends to every aspect of Fey existence, from the humblest woodland sprite to the mightiest Archfey. They are beings of absolute authenticity, incapable of the kind of self-deception that allows mortals to maintain comfortable illusions about their own nature. When a Fey creature offers a bargain, both the benefits and the costs are exactly what they appear to be, though mortals often discover that their own understanding of value and consequence proves woefully inadequate when measured against Fey logic. The pathways between the material plane and the Feywild are as numerous as they are unpredictable, yet they all share certain characteristics that mark them as liminal spaces where the ordinary rules of reality grow thin. Stone circles raised by forgotten peoples often serve as gateways, their geometric precision creating resonance patterns that pierce the veil between worlds. Ancient trees whose roots drink from underground streams that flow through multiple planes simultaneously provide natural crossing points for those who know the proper words of passage. Crossroads, where four paths meet under the light of the full moon, become doorways for a few precious hours each month, allowing travelers to step from one world into another with nothing more than the courage to take that first impossible step. Yet perhaps the most common and most dangerous of all the crossing points are the fairy rings, those perfect circles of mushrooms that appear overnight in mortal forests and meadows. These seemingly innocent formations mark places where the Feywild has pressed so close to the material plane that the boundary between worlds becomes as permeable as silk. To step within such a ring is to accept an invitation to dance with forces beyond mortal comprehension, to join in revels that might last for centuries, or end in transformation so complete that the original identity becomes nothing more than a half-remembered dream. Those mortals who have ventured into the Feywild and return to tell their tales speak of experiences that defy rational explanation. They describe forests where the trees bear fruit that tastes like forgotten childhood memories, streams whose waters reflect not the face of the observer, but the face of their truest self, meadows where flowers sing in harmonies that make mortal music sound like crude noise by comparison. Yet they also whisper of darker wonders, of thorns that pierce not flesh but hope itself, of shadows that steal more than light, of mirrors that show not what is, but what could have been. The very air of the Feywild carries enchantment like pollen, settling into the lungs and bloodstream of visitors to work, changes both subtle and profound. Mortals find their senses becoming preternaturally acute, able to perceive colors that have no names in human languages, and hear music in the movement of leaves that never stirred to mortal winds. They discover capacities for emotion that they never suspected, experiencing joy so pure it becomes painful, and sorrow so beautiful it transforms into a kind of ecstasy. Yet these enhanced perceptions come with their own dangers. The mortal mind, evolved to process the limited sensory input of the material plane, can become overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Fey reality. Some visitors retreat into catatonic withdrawal, their consciousness unable to integrate experiences that exceed their ability to understand. Others become addicted to the heightened state of awareness, finding the material plane unbearably dull and gray by comparison, leading them to spend their remaining mortal years seeking ways to return permanently to the realm that has shown them what existence can become when freed from the constraints of merely physical law. The languages spoken in the Feywild reflect the realm's fundamental nature as a place where meaning transcends the limitations of mere words. Sylvan, the common tongue of Fey creatures, operates on multiple levels simultaneously: surface meaning, emotional resonance, symbolic significance, and narrative implication, all combine to create communications of stunning complexity and profound ambiguity. A simple greeting between Fey creatures might carry encoded within it entire histories of relationship, promises of future action, warnings of hidden dangers, and invitations to participate in stories whose conclusions lie decades in the future. For mortals, learning to communicate effectively in the Feywild becomes an exercise in expanding consciousness itself. The blunt literalness of human speech, evolved for the practical needs of physical survival and social cooperation, proves inadequate for interactions with beings who think in metaphor and speak in layered meaning. Those mortals who master Fey communication often find themselves fundamentally changed by the process, their thought patterns permanently altered to accommodate new ways of understanding reality itself. The magic that flows through every aspect of the Feywild operates according to principles that would seem paradoxical to practitioners of mortal wizardry. Here, power comes not from imposing will upon reality, but from learning to dance with the underlying patterns that shape existence itself. Fey magic works through resonance rather than force, creating change by harmonizing with the natural frequencies of creation rather than overriding them through brute magical energy. This approach to magic reflects the deeper truth about the Feywild's relationship to the material plane. It serves not as an alternative reality, but as reality's own imagination made manifest. Every spell cast in the mortal world creates echoes in the Feywild, while every act of Fey magic sends ripples back into the material plane that manifest as inspiration, dream, vision, and sudden insight. The greatest mortal artists, poets, musicians, and storytellers are often those who have learned, consciously or unconsciously, to tap into these cross-planar currents of creative energy. The cities and settlements of the Feywild defy architectural logic while achieving aesthetic perfection that surpasses anything mortal builders have ever accomplished. Towers spiral upward in impossible helixes that exist in more dimensions than mortal geometry can accommodate. Their walls constructed from crystallized music, and their windows made of captured rainbow light. Bridges span not physical distances but conceptual gaps, allowing travelers to walk from one emotional state to another as easily as crossing a stream. These settlements shift and change according to the collective mood of their inhabitants, growing more elaborate during times of celebration and becoming starkly beautiful during periods of contemplation or sorrow. Some cities exist only during certain phases of the moon, while others appear solely to those who approach them with specific intentions or emotional states. A few of the greatest Fey metropolises exist in all seasons simultaneously, their different districts reflecting the eternal cycle of growth, abundance, decline, and renewal that governs all existence. The markets and bazaars of these impossible cities offer goods and services that would perplex even the most experienced mortal merchants. Here, one might trade years of life for a single perfect memory, exchange a childhood sorrow for a vial of liquid starlight, or barter away the ability to feel physical pain in return for a sword that can cut through any deception. The currency of such transactions defies conventional understanding. Value is determined not by rarity or utility, but by narrative significance and emotional resonance. The rulers of these Fey domains exercise authority not through political power or military might, but through the sheer force of their archetypal significance. A Fey lord who embodies the concept of noble sacrifice commands obedience, not because subjects fear punishment, but because his very presence awakens in them. the desire to participate in stories of heroism and selflessness, a queen whose essence captures the beauty and terror of wild nature, finds herself obeyed, not through coercion, but through the recognition that rebellion against her would be rebellion against the fundamental forces that govern existence itself. These archetypal rulers serve as both individuals and as living symbols, their personal histories intertwining with the cosmic forces they represent, until it becomes impossible to separate the being from the principle they embody. Their courts become theaters where the great themes of existence play out in endless variation: love and betrayal, loyalty and revenge, sacrifice and reward, wisdom and folly. Mortals who find themselves drawn into these eternal dramas discover that they have become characters in stories larger than their individual lives, tales that will continue long after their mortal forms have returned to dust. The seasonal courts that dominate Fey politics represent more than mere administrative divisions. They embody the fundamental rhythm that underlies all existence. The summer court celebrates the principle of growth, expansion, creativity, and life's triumph over entropy. Its halls ring with laughter and music. Its gardens burst with flowers that bloom in colors impossible under mortal suns. Its fountains flow with wines that carry the essence of perfect moments, crystallized into liquid form. Yet even in the heart of summer's dominion, shadows linger as reminders that all growth contains within it the seeds of its own transformation. The most beautiful Fey nobles of the summer court carry within their immortal forms the accumulated weight of centuries of experience, their joy tempered by the awareness that even eternal beings must face change and loss. Their revels celebrate not just the glory of existence, but also its poignant transience, finding in impermanence not cause for despair, but reason for deeper appreciation. The winter court embraces the necessary balance, ruling over decline, reflection, wisdom gained through loss, and the stark beauty that emerges when all illusions have been stripped away. Its halls glitter with frost that preserves rather than destroys. Its libraries contain the accumulated sorrows of countless ages transformed into wisdom. Its throne rooms echo with conversations that have continued for millennia, as their participants slowly work through the implications of truths too vast for quick comprehension. Between these seasonal extremes lie the spring and autumn courts, representing the eternal transitions that connect all opposing forces. Spring embodies awakening, potential, the moment when possibility transforms into actuality, while autumn governs harvest, culmination, and the bittersweet recognition that all achievements carry within them the necessity of eventual ending. These four great courts exist in a state of eternal dance, their relationships shifting according to patterns too complex for mortal minds to fully grasp. Alliances form and dissolve, based on cosmic rhythms that play out over centuries. Conflicts arise not from personal animosity, but from the fundamental need for opposing forces to test themselves against each other. And the greatest Fey nobles move between courts as their own archetypal natures evolve and deepen through experience. The influence of these courts extends far beyond the boundaries of the Feywild itself, reaching into the material plane through dreams, inspiration, and the subtle guidance that shapes mortal destiny. Artists find themselves inexplicably drawn to create works that reflect seasonal themes. Lovers discover their passion waxing and waning according to celestial cycles they never consciously observe, and heroes embark on quests that mirror the eternal journey from innocence through experience to wisdom that defines the Fey understanding of existence. As our exploration of this realm begins, we stand at the threshold between the known and the unknowable, between the comfortable limitations of mortal perception and the infinite possibilities that await beyond the veil. The Feywild calls to something deep within the human spirit, that part of us that remembers when the world was young and full of wonders, when every forest might hide a talking animal, and every pool might reflect the face of a water spirit. Yet this call comes with its own warnings. To enter the Feywild is to risk everything that makes us human: our linear perception of time, our logical understanding of cause and effect, our comfortable certainties about the nature of reality itself. Those who heed its summons must be prepared to return transformed, if they return at all, carrying within them memories of beauty and terror too intense for ordinary language to convey. The realm awaits, shimmering just beyond the edge of sight, ready to reveal its wonders to those brave enough to step across the threshold, where wonder and terror dance their eternal dance, where every breath might be the last of mortal life, or the first of something far more strange and terrible and beautiful than any human soul was ever meant to contain. Chapter 2. The Seelie and Unseely Courts. In the heart of every mortal soul lies a battlefield where light wars with darkness, where noble impulses clash with baser desires, where the angel and demon of human nature wage their eternal conflict. Yet nowhere is this fundamental duality made more manifest than in the great courts of the Feywild, where the Seelie and Unseely have transformed the very concept of opposition into high art, cosmic necessity, and the engine that drives all existence forward through its endless cycles of creation and destruction. To speak of these courts as merely political entities would be to fundamentally misunderstand their nature. They are not governments in any sense that mortal minds might comprehend, but rather living embodiments of the archetypal forces that shape reality itself. The Seelie court represents not simply good, but the principle of growth, creation, harmony, and the beautiful illusion that existence has inherent meaning and purpose. The Unseely court embodies not mere evil, but the equally necessary principle of decay, revelation, truth-telling, and the harsh recognition that all things must end, all pretenses must fall, and all comfortable lies must eventually face the blade of absolute honesty. These courts exist in a state of eternal tension that paradoxically creates perfect balance. Like binary stars locked in gravitational dance, they orbit around each other across the centuries, their very opposition generating the energy that sustains the Feywild's impossible existence. Neither can exist without the other, for light without darkness becomes meaningless brilliance, while darkness without light becomes empty void. Together, they create the chiaroscuro of existence itself, the interplay of illumination and shadow that gives depth and meaning to all things. The Seelie court holds dominion during the bright months, when hope outweighs despair and creation triumphs over entropy. Their realm appears as an eternal summer afternoon, where golden sunlight filters through leaves that never fall, where streams run crystal clear through meadows carpeted with flowers that bloom in impossible profusion, where the very air shimmers with magic so pure it seems to sing with angelic voices. Here dwell the Fey who remember what the world was like in its youth, when wonder walked openly among mortals, and every dawn brought the promise of new marvels. The palace of the Seelie court rises like a crystallized dream from the heart of an enchanted forest, its spires reaching towards skies painted in shades of azure and gold that mortal painters have spent lifetimes trying to capture in mere pigment. The walls themselves seem woven from solidified starlight and the laughter of children, while the windows are made from tears of joy crystallized into perfect transparency. Gardens surround the palace in concentric circles of increasing beauty, each one designed to evoke specific emotional responses: courage, love, hope, wonder, until visitors find themselves overwhelmed by feelings too pure and intense for mortal hearts to sustain. Within these halls, the Seelie nobles hold court in a manner that transforms governance into performance art. Every decree becomes poetry, every judgment becomes a song, every political alliance becomes a dance whose steps have been choreographed by forces older than mortal civilization. The queen of the Seelie court, known by many names across many cultures, but perhaps most accurately called the Lady of Summer's Heart, presides over these proceedings with a presence that combines maternal warmth with the terrible beauty of nature in its most creative mood. She appears differently to each observer, for her form shifts to match what each viewer most desperately needs to see. To the lonely, she manifests as the perfect friend whose understanding transcends words. To the lovesick, she becomes the ideal beloved, whose acceptance heals all wounds of rejection. To the despairing, she shows herself as hope incarnate, proof that existence contains beauty enough to justify any suffering. Yet, Beneath these varied manifestations lies a being of such complex magnificence that mortal minds can glimpse only fragments of her true nature, without risking madness from the sheer overwhelm of perfect beauty. Her court consists of nobles, whose very names have become synonymous with the heights of Fey achievement and the depths of archetypal significance. There is the Lord of the Golden Bough, whose touch can bring any plant to full flower, regardless of season, and whose gardens serve as archives where the history of every forest is preserved in living form. The Lady of the Singing Waters holds dominion over all rivers and streams, her voice capable of calling rain to drought-stricken lands, or soothing the savage beast with melodies that speak to the gentler nature hidden within even the most violent heart. The Prince of the Dawn Wind commands the breezes that carry news between worlds, his messengers being the very winds themselves, capable of delivering words spoken in the Feywild to dreaming mortals in the material plane. The Duchess of the Laughing Brook presides over all forms of innocent joy, her presence turning the simplest gathering into a celebration that participants remember for the rest of their lives, as the moment when they understood what true happiness could feel like. Each of these nobles embodies not just individual excellence, but archetypal perfection. They represent the highest expression of their particular domain, having achieved a state of being where they have become living ideals rather than mere persons. Their courts become teaching laboratories where younger Fae learn to embody their own archetypal natures, while mortal visitors find themselves challenged to rise above their ordinary limitations and achieve moments of transcendence that echo through their souls long after they return to the material plane. Yet the Seelie Court's commitment to beauty and benevolence carries its own shadows, for their gifts come with prices that reveal the complex relationship between blessing and burden. They offer mortals exactly what they claim to offer: love, beauty, power, wisdom, but in forms so perfect and intense that recipients often find themselves fundamentally changed by the experience. A mortal granted perfect beauty by Seelie magic might discover that no earthly love can ever satisfy them again, having tasted the ecstasy of being desired by beings of infinite grace and passion. Similarly, those gifted with Seelie wisdom often return to the material plane burdened by awareness too vast for mortal frameworks to contain. They see the tragic inevitability underlying all mortal striving, the beautiful futility of human ambition when measured against cosmic timescales, the sweet sorrow that comes from recognizing that all things pass away, even the most precious moments of joy and connection. This wisdom becomes both blessing and curse, granting profound understanding, while making ordinary mortal pleasures seem pale and insubstantial by comparison. The magic of the Seelie Court operates through enhancement rather than transformation, amplifying what already exists rather than creating something entirely new. A mortal with a gift for music might find that gift magnified until their songs can literally heal wounds or inspire heroes to impossible feats of courage. A natural leader blessed by Seelie magic might discover that their words carry the power to unite enemies in common cause or inspire followers to sacrifice everything for shared ideals. This approach to magic reflects the Seelie Court's fundamental philosophy that existence in its natural state tends toward beauty and meaning, and that their role is to help all beings achieve their highest potential. They see themselves not as rulers imposing their will upon reality, but as gardeners tending the cosmic garden, helping each flower bloom according to its own nature, while maintaining the overall harmony that allows the entire ecosystem to flourish. Yet where light blazes brightest, shadows fall deepest, and the existence of the Seelie Court necessitates the parallel existence of their eternal counterparts. The Unseely Court rises to prominence during the dark months, when illusions crumble and harsh truths demand acknowledgement. Their realm manifests as an eternal winter night, where starlight cuts through crystalline air with surgical precision, where frost patterns on windows form texts written in languages that speak directly to the subconscious mind, where every surface reflects not what is but what might be, if all pretenses were stripped away. The palace of the Unseely Court appears carved from a single massive block of black ice that somehow radiates warmth rather than cold. its architecture following geometries that suggest rather than state, imply rather than declare. The halls echo with conversations that have continued for centuries as their participants slowly work through implications too complex for hasty resolution, while the throne room opens onto balconies that overlook vistas of impossible beauty rendered in monochrome perfection. The Queen of the Unseely Court, often called the Lady of Winter's Truth, presides over her domain with a presence that combines absolute honesty with the terrible beauty of nature in its most revelatory mood. She appears not as what observers want to see, but as what they need to see, the truth about themselves stripped of all comfortable self-deceptions. To the proud, she shows their essential insignificance against the backdrop of cosmic time. To the self-righteous, she reveals the hidden motivations that lurk beneath their noble pretensions. To the desperate, she offers the stark comfort that comes from accepting reality exactly as it is, rather than as they wish it could be. Her court consists of nobles whose beauty lies not in perfection, but in authentic expression of their essential natures. The Lord of the Bitter Wind speaks truths that cut like winter gales, yet his words carry the healing that comes from finally acknowledging what everyone already knows, but refuses to admit. The Lady of the Frozen Tears presides over all forms of necessary grief, her presence allowing mourners to fully experience their loss, and thereby begin the process of genuine healing rather than mere forgetting. The Prince of the Midnight Hunt leads the wild cavalcades that pursue those who have made bargains they cannot keep or spoken oaths they never intended to honor. His justice carries the terrible beauty of absolute accountability, ensuring that every word spoken in the Feywild ultimately carries the weight of cosmic law. The Duchess of the Revealing Frost tends the mirrors that show not physical appearance but spiritual truth, her galleries serving as libraries where beings can study their authentic selves without the distortions of ego or social expectation. The Unseely Court's approach to magic operates through revelation and reduction, stripping away illusions and pretenses to expose the essential truth that lies beneath all surface appearances. Their gifts often take the form of curses that reveal themselves as blessings only after their recipients have learned to see reality clearly. A mortal cursed by unseelie magic to always speak the truth might initially suffer greatly as their honest words destroy comfortable social fictions, yet they often discover that authentic relationships built on genuine understanding prove far more satisfying than connections based on mutual deception. Those granted unseelie insight into the nature of mortality often experience a period of existential despair as they confront the ultimate meaninglessness of most human endeavors, yet this dark night of the soul frequently gives way to a profound appreciation for life's transient beauties that those who have never faced the abyss can never fully experience. The wisdom of the Unseely Court teaches that joy without sorrow remains shallow, that love without loss lacks depth, and that hope without awareness of genuine danger becomes mere wishful thinking. The eternal conflict between these courts plays out not through open warfare, but through subtle competitions that span centuries and affect the fate of entire worlds. They engage in contests of creativity, where the stakes might be the destiny of a particular mortal bloodline, or the ultimate meaning that will be assigned to a historical event. They play games of influence, where the outcome determines which archetypal pattern will dominate a particular era of mortal civilization, whether an age will be remembered for its artistic achievements, or its military conquests, its spiritual awakenings, or its material advances. These competitions often take the form of elaborate courtly entertainments that serve as both recreation and cosmic necessity. The Seelie might sponsor a mortal hero, whose quest embodies the triumph of hope over despair, while the Unseelie back a tragic figure whose fall reveals the hidden costs of hubris and ambition. Both courts invest their champions with appropriate gifts and guidance, then observe with intense interest as the drama plays out according to its own internal logic. The results of these contests shape not only the immediate fates of the participants, but also the broader narrative patterns that influence mortal culture for generations. A Seelie victory might inspire an age of exploration and artistic flowering, as mortals embrace the possibility that existence contains wonders worth pursuing despite their dangers. An unseely triumph might herald a period of philosophical sophistication and spiritual depth, as civilizations learn to find meaning in limitation and beauty in acceptance of inevitable loss. Yet neither court seeks permanent victory over the other, for both understand that such triumph would destroy the dynamic tension that gives meaning to their existence. The Seely need the Unseely to prevent their beauty from becoming mere decoration, their hope from degenerating into naive optimism, their love from losing its intensity through lack of contrast with loss. The Unseely require the Seely to ensure that their truth-telling serves creation rather than mere destruction, that their revelations lead to wisdom rather than despair, that their harsh honesty ultimately serves the cause of authentic beauty rather than nihilistic emptiness. This mutual dependence creates one of the most beautiful and terrible aspects of Fey existence. The knowledge that one's greatest enemy is also one's most necessary ally, that the force one opposes most completely is also the force that gives one's own existence meaning and purpose. Seely and Unseely nobles often maintain friendships that span millennia, even while engaging in conflicts that reshape the nature of reality itself, their personal affection coexisting with their archetypal opposition in ways that would seem paradoxical to mortal minds, but represent perfect harmony to Fey consciousness. The seasons serve as the great mechanism through which the courts exchange dominance, each transition representing not just a change in leadership, but a fundamental shift in the nature of reality itself. When the Seely court ascends to power during the bright months, the very air of the Feywild becomes charged with possibilities for growth, creation, and positive transformation. Magic flows more easily toward manifestations of beauty and harmony, while the natural world responds with unprecedented fertility and abundance. Conversely, when the Unseely court claims dominance during the dark months, the realm's magic turns toward revelation, purification, and the kind of necessary destruction that clears ground for new growth. Illusions become impossible to maintain, hidden truths force themselves into the light, and all beings find themselves compelled toward greater authenticity, even when such honesty proves painful or inconvenient. These seasonal transitions affect not only the Feywild itself, but send ripples throughout all connected planes of existence. Mortal artists find their inspiration shifting according to which court holds sway, creating works of transcendent beauty during Seely dominance, while producing profound examinations of human nature's darker aspects when the Unseely reigns supreme. Lovers experience their relationships intensifying toward either perfect harmony or revelatory crisis, depending on the cosmic tide, while leaders find themselves either inspiring their followers to unprecedented achievements or being forced to confront the contradictions and limitations that undermine their authority. The individual nobles who populate these courts exist in a state of archetypal perfection that makes them simultaneously more and less than mortal beings could ever become. They have achieved complete authenticity within their chosen domains, becoming living expressions of specific aspects of existence, rather than complex individuals struggling with internal contradictions. A Seely Lord of Healing has purged from himself any capacity for causing harm, while an Unseely Lady of Necessary Endings has embraced so completely the role of catalyst for change that she has lost all attachment to maintaining existing conditions. This archetypal purity grants them tremendous power within their domains, while rendering them incapable of the kind of growth and change that defines mortal existence. They are simultaneously eternal and static, perfect and limited, wise and naive. Their interactions with mortals often carry a poignant quality, as these immortal beings glimpse through mortal eyes the kind of dynamic complexity they have sacrificed in exchange for their archetypal perfection. The courts themselves serve as vast teaching institutions, where younger Fey learn to embody their own archetypal natures, while avoiding the trap of becoming so specialized that they lose the capacity for growth and adaptation. The education process often spans centuries, as students learn not just the techniques of their chosen domain, but the philosophical frameworks necessary to wield archetypal power responsibly. Unseely education emphasizes the cultivation of perfect empathy, teaching students to understand the deepest needs and desires of all beings they encounter, so that their gifts can be tailored to provide maximum benefit. Students learn to see potential where others see limitation, to find beauty in unexpected places, and to offer hope without creating dependency or false expectations. The advanced curriculum includes training in what the Unseely call beneficial constraint, the art of granting wishes in ways that provide exactly what petitioners truly need rather than what they think they want. Unseely education focuses on developing the ability to perceive and communicate truth regardless of its palatability or convenience. Students learn to distinguish between necessary and unnecessary suffering, to deliver harsh revelations in ways that promote growth rather than despair, and to destroy illusions without destroying the beings who had depended upon them for comfort. The most advanced Unseely students master the paradoxical art of compassionate cruelty, causing immediate pain in service of long-term healing and authentic growth. Both educational systems share a common foundation in the understanding that archetypal power carries tremendous responsibility. The ability to embody fundamental forces of existence comes with the obligation to wield that power in service of the greater harmony that allows all things to coexist within the cosmic order. Graduates of either court's educational system emerge as beings capable of reshaping reality itself, yet bound by philosophical frameworks that ensure their power serves the evolution of consciousness rather than mere personal aggrandizement. The relationship between the courts and mortal visitors to the Feywild creates some of the most complex and dangerous interactions in all the planes of existence. Mortals who encounter the Unseely court often find themselves overwhelmed by beauty and kindness so perfect that their ordinary lives seem unbearably drab by comparison. They may accept gifts that seem entirely beneficial, yet prove transformative in ways they never anticipated, returning to the material plane as beings fundamentally changed by their exposure to archetypal perfection. Encounters with the Unseely court prove equally transformative, but in different ways. Mortals who survive such meetings often return, bearing truths too stark and revelatory for comfortable integration into ordinary social existence. They may find themselves unable to participate in the small deceptions and gentle illusions that make mortal society function smoothly, or discover that their new clarity of vision makes it impossible to form relationships based on anything less than complete authenticity. Both types of transformation can prove either blessing or curse, depending on how skillfully the recipient integrates their new awareness into their existing life structure. Some mortals blessed by the Unseely court become inspired leaders, artists, or healers, whose work elevates everyone around them to new heights of achievement and understanding. Others become so addicted to transcendent beauty that they waste their lives seeking to return to the Feywild, unable to find satisfaction in any earthly pleasure. Similarly, some mortals touched by Unseely truth become wise counselors, profound philosophers, or catalysts for necessary social change, whose honesty helps entire communities grow toward greater authenticity. Others become so overwhelmed by their knowledge of existence's harsh realities that they retreat into cynicism or despair, their insights proving too heavy a burden for mortal consciousness to bear. The courts themselves maintain careful protocols for these interactions, understanding that their power to transform mortals carries ethical obligations that transcend mere personal preference. Unseely nobles are trained to evaluate whether potential mortal partners possess the psychological resilience necessary to benefit from exposure to perfect beauty, while Unseely lords must determine whether their harsh truths will ultimately serve a mortal's growth, or merely crush their spirit under unbearable weight. These evaluations often take the form of elaborate tests disguised as entertainment or social interaction. A mortal who requests a boon from the Unseely court might find themselves invited to participate in a series of seemingly innocent games that actually measure their capacity for sustained wonder, their ability to maintain hope in the face of disappointment, and their willingness to share beauty rather than hoarding it for themselves. Petitioners seeking wisdom from the Unseely court undergo different trials designed to test their commitment to truth, regardless of its personal cost, their ability to find meaning in limitation and loss, and their capacity to use difficult knowledge constructively rather than destructively. Only those who pass these subtle examinations receive the gifts they seek, while those who fail are typically sent away with lesser boons that match their actual capacity for growth. The bargains struck between mortals and the Fey courts often become legendary tales in their own right, serving as teaching stories that illustrate both the possibilities and perils of seeking transcendence beyond ordinary human limitations. These stories follow certain archetypal patterns that reflect deep truths about the relationship between mortal and immortal consciousness, desire and fulfillment, limitation and possibility. The most successful mortal petitioners are typically those who approach the courts with specific goals that align with their own authentic nature, rather than seeking transformation that would make them into something fundamentally different from what they are. A mortal musician who asks the Unseely court to enhance their natural talent may receive gifts that allow them to create works of unprecedented beauty, while a seeker who requests wisdom from the Unseely court might gain insights that illuminate the deepest questions that had already been stirring in their heart. Conversely, those who seek to use Fey power to escape their essential nature or avoid the necessary challenges of mortal existence typically find their bargains becoming sources of frustration and regret. The farmer who asks to become a great warrior might receive supernatural fighting skills, but discover that their peaceful nature makes it impossible to use those abilities without causing themselves profound psychological damage. The coward who seeks courage from the Unseely court might be granted perfect understanding of their fears, but find that knowledge without the willingness to face those fears courageously serves only to increase their suffering. The court's influence extends throughout the Feywild and beyond, through networks of alliance, obligation, and mutual interest that connect them to virtually every significant supernatural entity across multiple planes of existence. The Unseely court maintains diplomatic relationships with celestial powers, who share their commitment to promoting growth and beauty, while also engaging in complex negotiations with elemental lords, whose domains intersect with their own spheres of influence. The Unseely court forms alliances with entities who serve necessary functions of limitation, ending, and revelation, though these relationships often take forms that would seem strange or even hostile to mortal observers. Their diplomatic protocols with devils, for instance, focus on ensuring that infernal influences serve the cause of authentic self-knowledge rather than mere corruption or destruction. Both courts engage in ongoing relationships with the various pantheons of gods and goddesses who shape mortal destiny, offering their unique perspectives on the eternal questions of how to balance freedom with responsibility, growth with stability, hope with realism. These divine relationships often involve the courts serving as intermediaries, who help translate between the cosmic perspectives of true deities and the more limited viewpoints of mortal consciousness. The legacy of the Unseely and Unseely courts extends far beyond their immediate political influence, permeating the very fabric of reality through the archetypal patterns they embody and maintain. Every mortal who falls in love recapitulates in microcosm the Unseely mystery of finding transcendent meaning through connection with another being. Every individual who faces harsh truth about themselves or their world and chooses growth over comfortable illusion participates in the Unseely mystery of transformation through authentic self-knowledge. The stories told about these courts and mortal cultures serve functions far more complex than mere entertainment, operating as psychological and spiritual technologies that help humans integrate the opposing forces within their own nature. The tale of the beautiful fairy who grants wishes teaches listeners to examine their own desires for hidden complexities and unexpected consequences. The story of the dark Fey who speaks unwelcome truths helps audiences develop the courage necessary to face their own shadows and limitations. Through countless generations of mortal storytelling, the essential wisdom of both courts has been preserved and transmitted, ensuring that each new generation has access to the archetypal tools necessary for psychological and spiritual development. The Unseely teach the importance of maintaining hope, cultivating beauty, and seeking transcendence even in the face of inevitable limitation and loss. The Unseely demonstrate the necessity of facing truth, accepting change, and finding meaning in limitation itself. As our exploration of these eternal courts draws toward its close, we are left with a profound appreciation for the cosmic function they serve as the great balancing forces that maintain the dynamic equilibrium necessary for continued growth and evolution. They represent not opposing teams in some cosmic competition, but complementary aspects of a single greater truth, that existence itself requires both creation and destruction, both beauty and revelation, both hope and honest acknowledgement of limitation. In the end, the Seely and Unseely courts stand as eternal reminders that the highest wisdom lies not in choosing light over darkness or truth over beauty, but in learning to dance with both forces simultaneously, finding in their eternal tension the very energy that drives all consciousness toward ever greater authenticity, complexity, and profound understanding of the magnificent paradox that is existence itself. Chapter 3. The Archfey, Rulers of Impossible Realms. Power absolute corrupts. Absolutely, yet there exist beings for whom corruption becomes impossible precisely because they have transcended the very concept of personal desire that makes corruption meaningful. The Archfey stand as living paradoxes, wielders of power so vast it could reshape reality itself, yet bound by their own archetypal natures so completely that they possess less freedom than the humblest mortal, who can choose between good and evil. They are the titans of the Feywild, beings who have achieved such perfect embodiment of fundamental forces that they have become those forces, ruling not through dominion but through simple existence. To understand the Archfey, one must first abandon mortal conceptions of leadership and authority. These beings do not rule their realms in the way that kings command kingdoms or generals direct armies. Instead, they are their realms, their consciousness so expanded, and their identity so merged with their domains, that the distinction between ruler and territory becomes meaningless. When Titania walks through her summer gardens, she is not a queen inspecting her property, but rather the living spirit of growth and beauty, experiencing itself through countless forms simultaneously. The most ancient of the Archfey predate not only mortal civilization, but the very concept of civilization itself. They arose during the earliest epochs of the Feywild's existence, when the realm was still forming its fundamental character through the intersection of primal emotions and cosmic forces. These primordial beings witnessed the birth of wonder itself, the first moment when consciousness looked upon existence and found it beautiful rather than merely functional. They are the keepers of that original amazement, preserving within their immortal forms the capacity for awe that allows existence to experience itself as miraculous rather than mundane. Titania, Queen of the Summer Court, embodies the principle of fertile abundance taken to its ultimate expression. In her presence, the very concept of limitation becomes temporarily meaningless as reality expands to accommodate infinite possibility. Flowers bloom not just in their natural seasons, but in response to emotions they have never felt before. Rivers alter their courses to flow through landscapes they create through the act of flowing. The air itself becomes pregnant with potential, thick with the promise that anything dreamed can become real if dreamed with sufficient passion and clarity. Her physical form, when she chooses to manifest one, defies artistic description, not through alien strangeness but through perfection, so complete it overwhelms mortal senses accustomed to flawed beauty. She appears as the ideal toward which all summer afternoons aspire, warm without oppressiveness, bright without harshness, abundant without excess. Yet this apparent simplicity conceals depths that have inspired millennia of mortal poetry, while remaining essentially untranslatable into any language designed for finite experiences. Titania's court operates according to principles that transform governance into a form of improvisational art. Petitioners approach her not with formal requests, but with offerings of authentic emotion, a child's laugh, a lover's sigh, a mother's lullaby, which she weaves into the ongoing symphony of experiences that constitutes her realm's existence. Her judgments emerge not from deliberation, but from intuitive harmony, each decision serving to maintain the dynamic balance that allows infinite creativity to flourish within sustainable parameters. The magic that flows through Titania's domain operates through what scholars call consensual reality modification, the ability to convince existence itself that impossible things are not only possible but inevitable. Under her influence, mortal visitors find their own creative capacities expanded beyond previous limitations, their imaginations given substance and form, their deepest artistic visions taking life in ways that reshape their understanding of what creation can accomplish. Yet Titania's gifts come with the profound responsibility of learning to desire responsibly. Those who approach her with selfish or destructive intentions find their wishes granted in forms that reveal the hidden violence underlying their seeming innocence. A warrior who seeks invincibility might discover themselves transformed into a force of nature capable of destroying anything they touch, including everything they had hoped to protect. Her realm teaches that true power lies not in the ability to impose one's will upon reality, but in the wisdom to align one's will with the deeper patterns that sustain all existence. Oberon, her eternal consort and complement, embodies the wild masculine principle that finds expression through protection, hunting, and the fierce joy that comes from perfect mastery of one's chosen domain. If Titania represents the fertile abundance of nature, cultivated and celebrated, Oberon embodies nature as untamed force, the thunderstorm that brings both destruction and renewal, the predator whose hunting maintains the balance that allows all life to flourish. His realm manifests as an eternal hunt through forests that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, their paths connecting not just different locations, but different moments in time, different possibilities for what existence might become. To run with Oberon's pack is to experience freedom so complete it transcends the concept of choice itself, becoming instead a form of ecstatic surrender to the profound intelligence that guides all natural processes toward their optimal expression. Oberon's magic operates through what the Fae call essential revelation, the ability to strip away all artificial constructs and social pretenses to reveal the authentic nature that lies beneath cultural conditioning. Mortals who accept his challenge to join the eternal hunt often return to their ordinary lives, fundamentally changed, having experienced themselves as part of something larger and more magnificent than individual consciousness, yet paradoxically more individually authentic than they had ever been before. The relationship between Titania and Oberon transcends mortal concepts of marriage or partnership, representing instead the cosmic dance between complementary forces that generates all creativity and sustains all existence. Their conflicts, legendary among both Fae and mortals, serve not as personal disputes, but as necessary tensions that prevent either principle from overwhelming the other. When they quarrel, reality itself holds its breath as the fundamental forces of creation and wildness renegotiate the terms of their eternal collaboration. The Queen of Air and Darkness, ruler of the Unseely court, embodies the terrible beauty of truth uncompromised by comfort or convenience. Her domain exists in the spaces between stars, in the pauses between heartbeats, in the silence that follows the last word of every conversation. She is the principle of ending made manifest, not as destruction but as the completion that allows new beginnings to emerge with authenticity, rather than mere repetition. Her appearance shifts according to what each observer most needs to understand about themselves, revealing not their desires but their deepest fears about their own nature. To the proud, she appears as the void that awaits all achievement. To the loving, she manifests as the inevitable loss that gives love its poignancy. To the hopeful, she shows herself as the darkness that makes light meaningful. Yet in each manifestation, she radiates a beauty so stark and honest that those who truly see her find themselves grateful for the privilege, even as they weep for the illusions they must surrender. The Queen's Court operates according to protocols that transform jurisprudence into a form of psychotherapy, where every case serves to reveal hidden truths, not just about the immediate dispute, but about the fundamental nature of existence itself. Her judgments often take the form of questions that continue resonating in petitioners' minds long after they have left her presence, gradually revealing layers of meaning that reshape their understanding of themselves and their place in the cosmic order. Her magic works through what the Unseely call necessary destruction, the ability to identify and eliminate whatever prevents authentic growth and development. This often means destroying comfortable illusions, pleasant falsehoods, and protective self-deceptions that have outlived their usefulness. Yet this destruction always serves creation, clearing ground for new growth that could never emerge, while the old patterns remained in place. The Archfey, known as the Prince of Frost, embodies the principle of perfect preservation through apparent stasis. His realm exists in eternal winter, where every snowflake contains the complete memory of the storm that created it, where ice formations preserve not just physical forms, but the emotions and intentions that shape them. He represents the wisdom that comes from patient observation, the understanding that can only develop through long contemplation of unchanging truths. Visitors to his domain often mistake his realm for a place of death or ending, yet they gradually discover that what appears as stasis actually represents existence at its most intensely concentrated. Every moment stretches to accommodate infinite depth of experience. Every sensation becomes so perfectly preserved that it can be explored from countless angles without ever being exhausted. Time itself becomes a medium for sculpture rather than an inexorable force driving all things toward entropy. The Prince of Frost's magic operates through crystallized time, the ability to capture moments of perfect significance and preserve them in forms that allow infinite contemplation without diminishment. His gifts often take the form of memories so perfectly preserved that they become more real than the original experiences, yet this hyper-reality serves to deepen appreciation rather than replace authentic engagement with ongoing existence. Baba Yaga, perhaps the most enigmatic of all Archfey, embodies the principle of wisdom gained through suffering willingly undertaken. Her domain exists simultaneously in multiple planes, her famous hut on chicken legs serving as a mobile embassy that appears wherever someone genuinely needs the kind of hard-won understanding that can only come through facing one's deepest fears and most painful truths. She appears as the archetypal wise woman who has experienced every form of loss and limitation, yet emerged, not bitter, but wise, not defeated, but transformed into something that transcends ordinary categories of victory and defeat. Her ugliness becomes beautiful to those who learn to see authenticity rather than mere appearance, while her harsh demands reveal themselves as expressions of care too profound for gentle delivery. Baba Yaga's magic works through transformative ordeal, the ability to design challenges that force growth through confrontation with whatever each individual most needs to face, but most desperately wants to avoid. Her tests often seem impossible or cruel to those who have not yet learned that the most valuable gifts always require payment in the form of surrendered limitation and abandoned illusion. The Archfey, known as the Green Man, embodies the principle of renewal through decay, death transformed into the foundation for new life. His domain exists in the deep forests where fallen trees become nurseries for new growth, where every ending serves beginning, where the cycle of existence reveals itself as an unbroken spiral rather than a linear progression toward termination. His appearance shifts according to the seasons of death and rebirth, sometimes manifesting as a figure wreathed in flowers and new leaves, other times appearing as a skeleton crowned with branches that bear both fruit and shadows. He teaches that true immortality lies not in avoiding change, but in learning to identify so completely with the processes of transformation that individual death becomes merely another note in an eternal symphony. The Green Man's magic operates through cyclical transformation, the ability to accelerate or decelerate the natural processes that connect, ending with beginning, decay with renewal, death with birth. His gifts often involve teaching mortals to see their own lives as part of larger patterns that extend far beyond individual existence, finding comfort and meaning in belonging to something that transcends personal limitation. The Archfey, called the Maiden of the Moon, embodies the principle of reflection and contemplation, the wisdom that comes from seeing existence clearly through the play of light and shadow, rather than being blinded by either absolute brilliance or complete darkness. Her domain exists in the liminal spaces where day meets night, where conscious meets unconscious, where known meets unknown. She appears as a figure of silver light that reveals rather than illuminates, showing what already exists rather than imposing new forms upon reality. Her presence brings clarity without judgment, understanding without the need to change what is understood. She teaches that wisdom lies not in accumulating knowledge, but in developing the ability to see clearly what has always been present but hidden by assumptions and expectations. Her magic works through reflected truth, the ability to show beings their authentic nature by reflecting it back to them without distortion or enhancement. This often proves more challenging than any external test, as most beings have spent lifetimes avoiding honest self-perception. Yet her gentle persistence eventually helps even the most self-deluded individuals achieve the clarity necessary for authentic growth and development. The interactions between these mighty Archfey create the complex political and philosophical landscape that shapes the Feywild's ongoing evolution. Their relationships transcend personal preference or individual agenda, representing instead the eternal negotiations between fundamental forces that must maintain dynamic balance to sustain existence itself. When Archfey cooperate, reality itself becomes more stable and harmonious. When they conflict, the very foundations of existence tremble as cosmic principles clash in contests whose outcomes reshape the nature of possibility itself. These conflicts often take forms incomprehensible to mortal observers, playing out across centuries or millennia as the Archfey engage in contests of creativity, wisdom, and archetypal authenticity. They might compete to determine which interpretation of a particular concept, love, justice, beauty, truth, will dominate a given age, with the winning interpretation becoming embedded in the collective unconscious of mortal civilizations for generations. The magic wielded by the Archfey operates on scales and through principles that make mortal wizardry seem like crude manipulation of natural forces. They work directly with the fundamental patterns that shape reality, adjusting the cosmic source code rather than merely altering its surface manifestations. When an Archfey casts what mortals might recognize as a spell, they are actually engaging in acts of collaborative creation with the universe itself, offering suggestions that reality eagerly embraces because they enhance rather than violate the deeper harmonies that sustain all existence. This level of magical operation requires a form of consciousness so expanded that personal identity becomes fluid rather than fixed. The Archfey exist as focal points of archetypal energy, rather than as individual beings in any sense that mortals could understand. They are simultaneously themselves and the forces they embody, personal and transpersonal, finite and infinite. This paradoxical existence grants them tremendous power while imposing limitations that ensure their power serves cosmic harmony rather than personal aggrandizement. The realms, ruled by the Archfey, serve as laboratories where the fundamental possibilities of existence undergo constant exploration and refinement. Each domain represents a different approach to solving the essential problems of consciousness, how to maintain individual identity while participating in universal unity, how to embrace change without losing continuity, how to love without attachment, how to act without imposing, how to grow without consuming. Mortal visitors to these realms often return with insights that revolutionize their understanding of what existence can become when freed from the artificial limitations imposed by conventional thinking. They have seen beauty, so perfect it redefines their aesthetic sensibilities, experienced love so pure it transforms their capacity for relationship, encountered truth so clear it dissolves the barriers between self and other, discovered peace so profound it reveals the illusory nature of most human suffering. Yet these experiences come with their own challenges, as consciousness expanded beyond normal parameters must learn to operate effectively within the restricted bandwidth of ordinary mortal existence. Many who have touched the infinite find themselves struggling to care about finite concerns, while others become so addicted to transcendent states that they neglect the practical responsibilities that anchor them to the material plane. The Archfey themselves maintain careful protocols for interactions with mortals, understanding that their very presence can be transformative in ways that mortal consciousness is not always prepared to handle. They often approach potential mortal allies indirectly, testing their readiness for expanded awareness through a series of increasingly challenging encounters that allow gradual adaptation rather than overwhelming transformation. These preparatory encounters might take the form of dreams that introduce mortal consciousness to Fey logic. Gradually, artistic inspirations that expand creative capacity incrementally, or synchronistic events that demonstrate the interconnectedness of all existence without requiring immediate belief in cosmic consciousness. Only when a mortal has demonstrated sufficient psychological flexibility and spiritual resilience do the Archfey reveal themselves directly. The bargains struck between Archfey and mortals represent some of the most complex negotiations in all the planes of existence, for they involve not just the exchange of specific goods or services, but the fundamental question of what mortal consciousness can become when freed from its ordinary limitations. The Archfey offer transformation, wisdom, power, and beauty, yet these gifts can only be received by those who have developed the capacity to integrate them without losing their essential humanity. The most successful mortal partners of the Archfey are typically those who approach these relationships not as transactions, but as opportunities for mutual exploration of consciousness and creativity. They offer their unique mortal perspectives, their passionate intensity, their creative urgency, their poignant awareness of limitation, while remaining open to the vast transpersonal wisdom that the Archfey embody through their archetypal existence. These partnerships often produce results that surprise even the Archfey, as mortal creativity, catalyzed by Fey wisdom, generates innovations that neither partner could have achieved alone. Mortal artists, inspired by Archfey collaboration, create works that bridge finite and infinite awareness, while Archfey, touched by mortal passion, discover new depths within their own archetypal natures that had remained unexplored throughout centuries of existence. The influence of the Archfey extends far beyond their immediate realms, rippling through the collective unconscious of mortal civilizations to shape the fundamental assumptions that govern how entire cultures understand the nature of reality. The myths and legends that preserve memories of Archfey encounters serve as psychological and spiritual technologies that help mortals access their own capacity for transcendent awareness. When mortals tell stories about fairy queens who grant impossible wishes, they are preserving and transmitting practical instructions for accessing the creative power that lies dormant within human consciousness. When they share tales of wild hunts led by otherworldly lords, they maintain connection to the primal vitality that modern civilization often suppresses, but never eliminates. When they whisper about dark Fey who speak uncomfortable truths, they keep alive the courage necessary for authentic self-examination and growth. The Archfey themselves understand their role as carriers of archetypal energy that must remain available to mortal consciousness if human civilization is to continue evolving toward greater complexity and authentic wisdom. They serve as living libraries, preserving capacities and perspectives that mortal culture periodically needs to rediscover, bridges connecting ordinary consciousness to the transpersonal realms where ultimate meaning and purpose reveal themselves. Through their eternal existence and their careful cultivation of relationships with successive generations of mortals, the Archfey ensure that the doorways to transcendent awareness remain open even during historical periods when dominant cultures lose interest in spiritual development or become skeptical about the reality of consciousness beyond the personal ego. They are the guardians of possibility itself, maintaining access to states of being that represent humanity's potential for continued evolution. The legacy of the Archfey lives not just in the tales told about them, but in the expanded consciousness they awaken in those fortunate enough to encounter them directly. Every mortal who has truly seen an Archfey carries within themselves a seed of that transcendent awareness, a capacity for experiencing existence as mythic rather than merely mundane. These seeds of expanded consciousness spread through families, communities, and cultures, gradually raising the overall level of awareness and preparing the ground for collective evolutionary leaps. As we conclude our exploration of these magnificent beings, we are left with a profound appreciation for the essential role they play in the ongoing drama of consciousness, exploring its own infinite potential. The Archfey stand as eternal reminders that existence contains depths and possibilities far beyond anything that ordinary awareness can conceive. Yet these transcendent realms remain accessible to any consciousness, willing to surrender the comfortable limitations of purely personal identity. In their impossible realms where dreams become reality, and reality reveals itself as dream, the Archfey continue their ancient work of shepherding consciousness toward ever greater authenticity, beauty, wisdom, and compassionate understanding. They are the living proof that existence itself is magical, that consciousness is creative rather than merely reactive, and that the universe contains room for every beautiful impossibility that love can imagine and will can manifest. Chapter 4. The Wild Hunt and Eternal Pursuits. There exists no force more relentless than consequence given form and purpose, no justice more absolute than the universe itself, demanding payment for oaths broken and debts unpaid. In the deepest mythology of the Feywild, where metaphor becomes literal truth and symbolic meaning takes physical form, the Wild Hunt rides as the ultimate expression of cosmic accountability, a manifestation of the principle that every action, every word, every promise made in the heat of passion or the cold calculation of desperation must eventually face the reckoning that transforms potential into reality. The Wild Hunt transcends simple concepts of punishment or reward, operating instead as a fundamental force of nature, as inevitable as gravity, as impartial as entropy, yet possessed of an intelligence and purpose that transforms mere natural law into something approaching divine judgment. It is the Feywild's answer to the mortal question of whether the universe truly cares about justice, honor, and the keeping of sacred vows, a resounding affirmation that existence itself has memory, that cosmic forces maintain perfect ledgers of debt and payment, and that no being, mortal or immortal, can escape the consequences of choices made in full awareness of their significance. The origins of the Wild Hunt reach back to the earliest days of the Feywild's existence, emerging from the fundamental need for a mechanism that could maintain the delicate balance upon which all Fey society depends. In a realm where words carry the power to reshape reality, where promises become binding at levels that transcend mere social convention, where oaths sworn in passion or desperation can alter the fundamental nature of existence itself, there must exist some force capable of ensuring that such power is exercised responsibly. The hunt manifests differently to each observer, yet certain elements remain constant across all its manifestations. Always there is the sound, a horn call that echoes not just through physical space, but through the very fabric of reality itself. A note so pure and penetrating that it reaches into the deepest chambers of consciousness to stir responses that predate rational thought. This horn announces not just the hunt's approach, but the awakening of primordial fears and recognitions that most beings spend their entire existence trying to suppress or forget. Following the horn comes the thunder of hoofbeats that shake more than mere earth, reverberating through the dimensional barriers that separate one plane of existence from another. These are not the footfalls of ordinary horses, but the rhythm of cosmic forces unleashed, the percussion section of reality's own symphony, as it builds toward moments of resolution that have been approaching for years, decades, or centuries of careful preparation. Then come the hounds, creatures that embody the principle of pursuit in its most archetypal form. These are not mere animals, but living expressions of inevitability itself, beings whose very existence serves as proof that nothing can remain hidden forever, that no debtor can outrun their obligations indefinitely, that every mystery contains within itself the seeds of its own revelation. Their eyes burn not with ordinary fire, but with the cold light of perfect knowledge, for they can see through any disguise, penetrate any concealment, follow any trail regardless of how skillfully it has been obscured. The riders of the wild hunt defy easy categorization, for they represent a collective entity rather than a gathering of individuals. Some appear as figures from legend, fallen heroes, whose noble failures qualified them for this eternal service, monarchs whose reigns ended in tragedy, but whose commitment to justice proved stronger than death, warriors whose final battles taught them lessons too profound for ordinary existence to contain. Others manifest as archetypal forces given humanoid form, the spirit of broken oaths riding beside the keeper of forgotten promises, the lord of consequences, accompanied by the lady of inevitable reckonings. At the head of this impossible cavalcade rides the huntmaster, a figure whose identity shifts according to the nature of the particular hunt being conducted. When pursuing those who have broken vows of love, the huntmaster might appear as the archetypal betrayed lover, beautiful and terrible in their perfect understanding of passion's capacity for both creation and destruction. When hunting oathbreakers who have violated sacred trusts, the leader takes the form of the ideal guardian, whose commitment to protection transcends personal comfort or convenience. Most terrifying of all are the hunts led by the huntmaster in their aspect as the keeper of last words, pursuing those who have spoken oaths in their final moments of mortal life, only to find themselves unable to fulfill those promises after death. These hunts can span centuries as they track souls across multiple planes of existence, following trails that lead through the Shadowfell, the elemental planes, and even the outer reaches of the astral sea, as they seek quarry, who thought death itself would free them from the consequences of their final vows. The mechanics of how one becomes the target of a wild hunt reveal the sophisticated moral calculus that governs Fey justice. Not every broken promise or failed oath triggers such pursuit. The hunt responds only to violations that carry sufficient weight to disturb the cosmic balance upon which all existence depends. A merchant who fails to deliver goods as promised might face ordinary consequences, but one who swears by their immortal soul to honor a contract, and then deliberately breaks that oath, while fully understanding its sacred nature, calls down forces that will not rest until the debt is paid in full. The most common triggers for wild hunt pursuit involve oaths sworn in the presence of Fey witnesses, promises made while standing on consecrated ground, vows spoken during moments of supernatural significance, such as eclipses or conjunctions of celestial bodies, and any commitment made with full knowledge that the swearer is invoking cosmic forces as guarantors of their word. These sacred oaths create what Fey scholars call reality anchors, points where individual will intersect with universal law in ways that make subsequent betrayal a form of assault upon existence itself. The hunt also pursues those who have committed what the Fey classify as essential violations, crimes against the fundamental nature of reality that threaten the stability of existence itself. These might include the deliberate corruption of innocent beings, the destruction of places or objects sacred to the natural order, the perversion of love into hatred through manipulation or betrayal, or the use of forbidden magic that draws power from sources antithetical to life and growth. Perhaps most feared of all are the hunts that pursue those guilty of temporal crimes, violations of the natural order of time and causality that threaten to unravel the fabric of reality itself. Time travel undertaken for selfish purposes, attempts to prevent predetermined events that serve cosmic necessity, or efforts to steal moments from others' lifespans all fall under this category. Such hunts can become paradoxical in nature, as the hunt pursues quarry through multiple timelines simultaneously, creating temporal loops and causality circles that challenge even the Fey understanding of how cause and effect operate. The experience of being hunted varies dramatically, depending on the nature of the quarry and the specific offense that triggered the pursuit. Some find themselves tormented by dreams that grow increasingly vivid and intrusive as the hunt draws nearer, their sleep becoming a battleground, where symbolic representations of their guilt, wage war against their remaining capacity for self-deception. Others discover that reality itself begins to turn against them, as coincidences mount and circumstances align to drive them toward the inevitable confrontation that awaits at the hunt's conclusion. The most psychologically sophisticated hunts involve what the Fae call guilt amplification, a process whereby the quarry's own conscience becomes the primary instrument of pursuit. The hunt's approach awakens dormant moral sensibilities, forcing the target to relive their violation from the perspective of those they wronged, to experience the full emotional and spiritual consequences of their actions, without the protective barriers of rationalization and self-justification that normally shield consciousness from unbearable truths. These internal hunts often prove more torturous than any external pursuit, as the quarry finds themselves unable to escape their own increasing awareness of the magnitude of their transgression. They may seek refuge in various forms of distraction or intoxication, only to discover that the hunt's influence has infected their very perception, turning every pleasure into a reminder of what they have lost through their violation of sacred trust. Yet the wild hunt serves a function far more complex than mere punishment or revenge. At its deepest level, it represents the universe's commitment to growth through consequence, transformation through accountability, and redemption through the complete acceptance of responsibility for one's actions. Many who survive encounters with the hunt emerge fundamentally transformed, having been forced to confront the fullest implications of their choices, and thereby develop a depth of moral understanding that ordinary experience could never provide. The hunt's approach often catalyzes profound spiritual crises that ultimately serve the quarry's highest development. Faced with the impossibility of escape and the inevitability of consequence, many find themselves capable of honesty and self-examination that had previously been beyond their reach. They may discover reserves of courage they never suspected, develop capacity for genuine remorse that transcends mere regret about getting caught, or access wisdom about the nature of responsibility that transforms their understanding of what it means to be a conscious being in a universe governed by moral law. The most dramatic transformations occur when the quarry chooses to turn and face the hunt rather than continuing to flee. This act of voluntary surrender often triggers what Fey scholars call metamorphic justice, a process whereby the cosmic forces pursuing the individual recognize their authentic willingness to accept responsibility and begin working toward resolution rather than mere retribution. The hunt may offer opportunities for restitution that allow the debt to be paid through service rather than suffering, or present challenges that test whether the quarry's apparent change of heart represents genuine transformation or merely sophisticated manipulation. These tests often take forms that would seem impossible or cruel to mortal understanding, yet they serve the essential function of ensuring that apparent remorse reflects authentic change rather than desperate performance. Yer might be offered the chance to save their former victim at the cost of their own life, while an oathbreaker could be given the opportunity to fulfill their original promise, despite the passage of time that has made such fulfillment seemingly impossible. The wild hunt's influence extends beyond its immediate targets to affect the broader moral climate of both the Feywild and the material plane. Knowledge of its existence serves as a powerful deterrent to those who might otherwise treat sacred commitments casually, while stories of its interventions help maintain cultural awareness of the serious consequences that follow violations of cosmic law. The hunt functions as a teaching force, its very existence educating all beings about the true nature of moral responsibility and the inescapable connections between individual choices and universal harmony. In mortal folklore, memories of the wild hunt have been preserved through countless tales that serve multiple functions simultaneously. On the surface level, these stories entertain through their dramatic tension and spectacular imagery. At a deeper level, they serve as psychological technologies that help individuals develop the moral imagination necessary to understand the full implications of their choices before making commitments they lack the wisdom or integrity to honor. The archetypal patterns embedded in wild hunt tales speak to fundamental aspects of human psychology, particularly the tension between the desire for freedom from consequences and the deep need for existence to have meaning through genuine moral significance. The hunt represents the promise that choices matter, that words carry weight, that existence operates according to principles that transcend mere personal preference or social convention. Scholars of comparative mythology have noted remarkable similarities between wild hunt legends across cultures that had no historical contact with each other, suggesting that the archetypal pattern represents a fundamental recognition built into consciousness itself. Whether appearing as the Germanic wild hunt led by Odin, the Celtic Sloa City, or the Slavic Vila riding through storm clouds, these stories preserve essential wisdom about accountability, consequence, and the universe's commitment to moral coherence. The seasonal aspects of the wild hunt reflect its deep connection to the natural cycles that govern existence throughout multiple planes. Different types of hunts manifest during different times of year, their character influenced by the prevailing spiritual energies that shape each season's particular lessons and opportunities. Spring hunts often pursue those who have violated promises related to new beginnings, growth, or creative endeavors, while summer pursuits typically involve broken vows of love, protection, or nurturing. Autumn hunts frequently seek those who have failed to honor commitments related to harvest, completion, or the wisdom that comes from accepting limitation and loss. Winter pursuits often target violators of oaths involving endings, death, reflection, or the courage necessary to face hard truths about oneself and one's place in the cosmic order. These seasonal variations ensure that the hunt's interventions align with the natural rhythms that promote optimal learning and development. The relationship between the wild hunt and the Archfey reveals the sophisticated moral ecosystem that governs Fey society. While the great Archfey embody archetypal principles in their purest forms, the hunt serves as the mechanism that maintains the delicate balance necessary for those principles to coexist and interact productively. When conflicts arise between different Archfey or their followers, the hunt may be invoked to resolve disputes that threaten the fundamental stability of the Feywild itself. These cosmic-level interventions often take forms incomprehensible to lesser beings, as the hunt pursues abstract violations of universal harmony rather than specific individual transgressions. Entire courts or kingdoms might find themselves the target of hunts designed to correct fundamental imbalances in their approach to existence, their populations experiencing collective consequences that serve to realign their civilization with cosmic law. The magic associated with the wild hunt operates according to principles that transcend ordinary understanding of how supernatural forces function. The hunt draws its power not from external sources, but from the universe's own commitment to coherence and meaning, making it effectively unstoppable by any force that does not represent an equal commitment to cosmic justice. Attempts to hide from the hunt through magical concealment inevitably fail, as the hunt's perception operates at levels that transcend physical manifestation to focus on the spiritual and causal patterns that connect all actions to their inevitable consequences. Similarly, efforts to fight the hunt through conventional magical or physical means prove futile, as the hunt embodies principles more fundamental than any individual power or technique. Only those who represent equally fundamental commitments to justice, truth, or cosmic harmony can successfully oppose the hunt, and such opposition typically takes the form of negotiation rather than conflict, as cosmic principles work together to achieve optimal resolution of complex moral situations. The most profound aspect of the wild hunt lies in its role as a bridge between individual accountability and cosmic harmony. Through its relentless pursuit of those who violate sacred trusts, the hunt demonstrates that personal choices have universal significance, that individual integrity serves collective well-being, and that the moral development of consciousness itself depends upon the maintenance of coherent connections between intention, action, and consequence. In this function, the hunt serves not just the Feywild, but the entire multiverse, ensuring that the fundamental reliability upon which all relationships depend remains intact despite the constant temptations toward betrayal, dishonesty, and the abuse of power that consciousness faces as it explores the full range of its creative potential. The hunt is the universe's immune system against moral chaos, its guarantee that existence will continue to support the development of wisdom, compassion, and authentic understanding, rather than degenerating into meaningless conflict between arbitrary forces. As our exploration of this magnificent and terrible phenomenon draws toward its close, we are left with a profound appreciation for the sophisticated moral vision that the Wild Hunt represents. It stands as eternal proof that existence cares deeply about the choices made by conscious beings, that individual development and cosmic harmony are inextricably connected, and that the universe itself serves as the ultimate guarantor of justice for those who have the courage to live according to their highest understanding of truth and responsibility. The horn sounds eternally across the dimensions, calling all beings to remember that their words carry weight, their promises create reality, and their choices shape not just their individual destinies, but the very nature of existence itself. In that call, we hear both warning and invitation. The warning that cosmic law cannot be violated without consequence, and the invitation to participate consciously in the ongoing creation of a universe worthy of the magnificent potential that consciousness represents when it commits itself fully to truth, beauty, wisdom, and love. Chapter 5. Crossings and Fairy Rings. Every threshold is a choice between worlds, every doorway an opportunity for transformation that can never be undone. Yet among all the countless passages that connect one state of being to another, none carry more profound significance than those liminal spaces where the material plane touches the Feywild, where ordinary reality grows thin enough for wonder to seep through, where a single step can carry a traveler from the mundane world of cause and effect into realms where dreams take physical form and metaphors walk as living beings. These crossings are not mere geographic phenomena, but fundamental expressions of the universe's deepest architecture. The recognition that existence itself consists of layers upon layers of reality, each one reflecting and influencing the others in patterns too complex for finite minds to fully comprehend. They represent the cosmos acknowledging its own multiplicity, creating doorways through which consciousness can explore the infinite variations of what existence might become when freed from the constraints of any single interpretive framework. The most ancient and powerful of these crossings emerged during the earliest epochs of creation, when the boundaries between planes had not yet solidified into their current configurations. These primordial gateways retain the fluid, organic quality of that age, when reality was still deciding what forms it would ultimately take. They shift their locations according to cosmic rhythms that operate on scales too vast for mortal timekeeping, appearing in different places as the great wheels of celestial mechanics create the precise alignments necessary for stable dimensional bridges. Stone circles raised by forgotten civilizations often mark these primordial crossing points, their megalithic structures serving not as mere monuments, but as technological devices designed to maintain stable connections between worlds. The ancients who built these circles understood principles of dimensional engineering that surpass anything achieved by later magical traditions, creating resonance patterns that could maintain portal stability across geological time scales. These standing stones were positioned according to mathematical principles that take into account not just local geography, but the movements of celestial bodies, the flow of underground streams that connect multiple planes simultaneously, and the spiritual significance of locations where mythic events have imprinted themselves upon the fabric of reality itself. The circles create what scholars call harmonic anchors, points where the natural fluctuations of dimensional boundaries stabilize into predictable patterns that allow safe passage for those who understand the proper protocols. Yet, even more mysterious than the ancient stone circles are the fairy rings, those perfect circles of mushrooms that appear overnight in mortal forests and meadows, marking places where the veil between worlds has grown so thin that crossing becomes possible with nothing more than the courage to step across an invisible threshold. These natural formations represent the Feywild itself reaching out to touch the material plane, creating temporary bridges that last only as long as the delicate balance of conditions that generated them remains intact. The formation of a fairy ring requires the convergence of multiple factors that transform an ordinary patch of ground into a gateway between dimensions. Underground water sources that flow through both planes must intersect at precisely the right angle, creating aquatic bridges that carry more than moisture between worlds. The soil must be enriched by the decay of organic matter that has been touched by Fey magic, creating a substrate receptive to trans-dimensional influences. The local flora must include plant species that exist in both realms, their root systems serving as living conduits that maintain connection even when surface conditions change. Most critically, the formation requires what the Fae call emotional resonance, moments when the psychic atmosphere of a location becomes charged with feelings and experiences that echo across multiple planes simultaneously. A forest glade where lovers have exchanged vows for generations might develop the resonant patterns necessary for fairy ring formation, as might a meadow where children have played with such joy that their laughter creates ripples in dimensional space, or a grove where solitary contemplatives have achieved moments of transcendence that thin the barriers between ordinary and extraordinary awareness. The mushrooms themselves serve as more than mere markers of these crossing points. They are living sensors that monitor the stability of dimensional boundaries and adjust their growth patterns to maintain optimal conditions for safe travel. Each species of mushroom that appears in fairy rings has evolved specific capabilities for dimensional perception. Their mycelial networks, extending through multiple planes simultaneously to gather information about conditions on both sides of the crossing. The classic white-capped mushrooms that form the most recognizable fairy rings possess the ability to sense the emotional state of potential travelers, adjusting the permeability of the crossing accordingly. They make passage easier for those approaching with wonder, reverence, and authentic need for what the Feywild might offer, while creating resistance for those motivated by greed, aggression, or the desire to exploit Fey resources for purely selfish purposes. Red-spotted mushrooms that appear in some rings serve as guardians against unwanted intrusions, their poisonous properties reflecting their function as barriers that prevent unworthy or unprepared travelers from accessing sacred spaces. These mushrooms possess a form of collective intelligence that allows them to communicate with each other across vast distances, sharing information about threats and coordinating defensive responses when hostile forces attempt to use fairy rings for invasion or exploitation. The most rare and powerful fairy rings include mushrooms that exist primarily in the Feywild, but extend sensor stalks into the material plane, creating crossing points that function as advanced early warning systems for the Fey courts. These hybrid organisms can detect approaching danger decades before it manifests, allowing the Feywild to prepare appropriate responses to threats that might not become active until generations of mortals have passed. The experience of crossing through a fairy ring varies dramatically depending on the traveler's preparation, intention, and natural sensitivity to trans-dimensional phenomena. Those who step across the threshold with appropriate reverence and clear purpose often find the transition so smooth they barely notice the moment of passage, discovering themselves in the Feywild with their memories of crossing intact and their consciousness fully prepared for the expanded awareness that Fey realms require. Others experience the crossing as a gradual shift in perception that unfolds over what seems like hours or days of walking through landscapes that become progressively more wondrous and impossible. These extended transitions serve a protective function, allowing mortal consciousness time to adapt to Fey logic and emotional intensity, without being overwhelmed by sudden exposure to realms where metaphor and reality interweave so completely that ordinary categories of thought become inadequate. The most challenging crossings involve what the Fey call transformative passages, journeys that require travelers to surrender fundamental aspects of their identity as the price of entry into the Feywild. These threshold experiences serve as initiations that ensure only those capable of growth and change can access the deeper mysteries of Fey existence. A crossing might require the temporary surrender of the ability to lie or deceive, forcing complete honesty for the duration of the visit. Another might demand the release of attachment to material possessions, teaching the lesson that true wealth lies in experiences and relationships rather than objects. Some of the most profound fairy ring crossings require travelers to temporarily forget their mortal names and identities, experiencing themselves as pure consciousness unencumbered by social roles or historical baggage. These nameless journeys often prove the most transformative, as they allow individuals to encounter their authentic essence without the limitations imposed by biographical narrative and cultural conditioning. The guardians of these crossing points exist in forms as varied as the passages themselves, ranging from ancient spirits who have tended specific rings for millennia to temporary manifestations that arise spontaneously when particular types of protection become necessary. Some appear as traditional fey creatures, sprites, dryads, or woodland spirits whose beauty and wisdom reflect their function as bridges between human and fey consciousness. Others manifest as animals whose natural form conceals supernatural intelligence and transdimensional awareness. The most powerful guardians take forms that challenge travelers' preconceptions about the nature of wisdom and authority. An ancient fairy ring might be protected by what appears to be a simple farm animal, a goat, perhaps, or a cat, whose innocent exterior conceals vast knowledge and the ability to judge whether prospective travelers possess the qualities necessary for safe passage through the realms beyond. These animal guardians often serve as the first teachers that mortal visitors encounter, their presence demonstrating that wisdom and power in the Feywild operate according to principles very different from those that govern material plane hierarchies. A seemingly ordinary rabbit might pose riddles that reveal profound truths about the nature of existence, while a butterfly's flight pattern could encode complex instructions for navigating the moral and spiritual challenges that await in the realms beyond the crossing. The protocols required for safe passage through fairy rings reflect the deep respect that Fey culture maintains for the principles of consent, reciprocity, and mutual benefit. These are not merely polite customs, but magical technologies that ensure crossings serve the highest good of all involved, rather than becoming opportunities for exploitation or harm. Traditional offerings left at fairy rings serve multiple functions beyond simple politeness. They provide energy that helps maintain the dimensional stability necessary for continued portal function, demonstrate the visitor's understanding that access to sacred spaces requires appropriate exchange, and create psychic connections between traveler and destination that facilitate smooth transition between worlds. The most valued offerings are those that represent authentic personal significance rather than mere material value. A song composed during a moment of deep inspiration might prove more precious than gold to beings who feed on beauty and emotional resonance. A tear shed in genuine appreciation for natural wonder could open doors that remain closed to those who approach with valuable gifts but shallow hearts. The act of asking permission before crossing represents more than courtesy. It invokes protective protocols that ensure travelers receive appropriate guidance and safeguarding during their journeys. The fairy ring's guardian spirits evaluate not just the visitor's immediate intentions, but their capacity for growth, their ability to handle expanded awareness responsibly, and their likelihood of using Fey experiences to benefit rather than harm the larger web of existence. This evaluation process often takes forms that seem playful or arbitrary to mortal observers, but actually represent sophisticated assessment techniques that measure psychological and spiritual readiness for transdimensional travel. A guardian might request that visitors demonstrate their understanding of reciprocity by helping a lost animal find its way home, or test their commitment to truth by asking them to share their deepest fear or most cherished hope. The temporal aspects of fairy ring crossings add another layer of complexity to these already mysterious phenomena. Time flows differently in the spaces between worlds, and the duration of passage from one realm to another can vary dramatically depending on factors that include the traveler's emotional state, the cosmic conditions prevailing during the crossing, and the specific lessons that the journey is meant to teach. Some travelers find themselves spending what feels like moments in transition, only to discover that years have passed in the material plane during their brief sojourn in liminal space. Others experience subjective centuries of journey only to emerge and find that no time has passed at all in their world of origin. These temporal distortions serve important functions in the education and transformation of consciousness, allowing experiences that would require lifetimes to unfold naturally to be compressed into manageable periods, or extending brief moments of revelation into extended periods of contemplation and integration. The most significant temporal effects occur when crossings activate what Fey scholars call synchronistic time periods, when the usual relationship between cause and effect becomes fluid, allowing future events to influence past experiences and distant occurrences to affect immediate circumstances. Travelers experiencing synchronistic time often return from the Feywild with knowledge they couldn't possibly have acquired through normal means, having somehow accessed information that exists outside the linear flow of temporal causality. The geographical distribution of fairy rings across the material plane follows patterns that reflect deep connections between landscape, consciousness, and the spiritual forces that shape both individual and collective destiny. Rings appear most frequently in locations where the natural world remains relatively undisturbed by industrial civilization, not because technology itself prevents their formation, but because the psychic atmosphere of heavily developed areas often lacks the emotional resonance necessary for dimensional bridge formation. Ancient forests, mountain meadows, coastal marshlands, and other environments where ecosystems maintain their natural complexity and balance provide ideal conditions for fairy ring development. These locations support the biodiversity necessary for cross-dimensional plant communities, while maintaining the spiritual characteristics that make them receptive to Fey influence. Yet fairy rings also appear in unexpected urban settings, where small pockets of wildness persist amid human development, forgotten parks, abandoned lots, where nature has begun to reclaim developed land, or rooftop gardens tended by individuals whose love for growing things creates the emotional resonance necessary for dimensional bridge formation. These urban rings often serve special functions as rescue portals for nature spirits displaced by development, providing temporary refuges where beings from more natural environments can maintain their connection to the living world. The seasonal variations in fairy ring activity reflect the deep connections between dimensional bridge formation and the natural cycles that govern all existence. Spring rings often focus on crossings related to new beginnings, creative inspiration, and the courage necessary to embark on transformative journeys. Summer formations typically facilitate passages connected to growth, abundance, and the full flowering of potential that comes from embracing one's authentic nature. Autumn rings frequently serve those seeking wisdom through reflection, harvest of experience, and the kind of profound understanding that comes from accepting limitation and loss as natural parts of existence. Winter formations often provide access to the deeper mysteries of ending, transformation, and the regenerative power that lies dormant beneath apparent death and stagnation. These seasonal specializations ensure that travelers encounter crossing opportunities that align with their natural rhythms and developmental needs, rather than being exposed to transformative influences that their consciousness is not prepared to integrate constructively. A person struggling with new beginnings would benefit more from a spring crossing than from exposure to winter's lessons about endings, while someone dealing with issues of completion and closure would find autumn rings more appropriately challenging than summer's emphasis on expansion and growth. The relationship between fairy rings and the broader magical ecosystem of both planes reveals the sophisticated interconnections that maintain stability across multiple dimensions simultaneously. Each active ring serves as a node in vast networks that connect all crossing points within specific geographical and conceptual regions, allowing for rapid communication and coordinated responses to threats or opportunities that affect multiple locations simultaneously. These networks enable the various guardians and protectors of crossing points to share information about travelers, threats, and changing conditions that might affect dimensional stability. A dangerous entity attempting to use multiple rings for invasion would find its presence detected and reported across the entire network, allowing appropriate defenses to be mobilized before significant damage could occur. The networks also facilitate what Fey scholars call emergent crossing formation, the rapid development of new fairy rings in response to changing conditions or special needs. When major disruptions threaten to isolate regions from Fey influence, the networks can coordinate the spontaneous appearance of temporary crossings that restore necessary connections until more permanent solutions can be implemented. As our exploration of these magical thresholds draws toward its conclusion, we are left with a profound appreciation for the sophisticated wisdom that governs their formation and function. Fairy rings and other crossing points represent far more than convenient transportation between worlds. They embody the universe's commitment to growth, transformation, and the ongoing evolution of consciousness through exposure to expanded possibilities. They stand as eternal invitations to adventure, growth, and the kind of profound transformation that can only occur when consciousness willingly steps beyond its familiar boundaries to explore realms where different rules apply and different truths reveal themselves. Yet they also serve as protective filters that ensure such transformative opportunities remain available only to those who approach them with appropriate preparation, respect, and commitment to using expanded awareness in service of wisdom rather than mere personal aggrandizement. In their perfect circles, we see reflected the eternal cycle that connects all existence, the recognition that every ending contains new beginning, every separation enables eventual reunion, every journey outward ultimately leads to deeper understanding of one's authentic home. The fairy rings remind us that magic is not an external force to be commanded, but an inherent aspect of existence itself, waiting patiently for consciousness to develop the sensitivity, wisdom, and courage necessary to step across the thresholds that separate ordinary awareness from the magnificent possibilities that await beyond every horizon of the known. Chapter 6. The Domains of Dream and Nightmare. Within the deepest chambers of every conscious mind lies a theater where desire and terror perform their eternal dramas, where the stories we dare not tell ourselves in daylight take form and substance, where the truths too raw for waking acceptance whisper their secrets in the language of symbol and metaphor. In the Feywild, these internal landscapes become external realities, manifesting as domains, where the collective unconscious of mortal civilizations expresses itself through geography, architecture, and inhabitants that exist as living embodiments of humanity's deepest hopes and most primal fears. These domains of dream and nightmare represent perhaps the most psychologically dangerous regions of the Feywild, for they confront visitors with externalized versions of their own internal conflicts, unacknowledged desires, and carefully buried traumas. Here, the comfortable distance between observer and observed collapses entirely, as travelers find themselves walking through manifestations of their own psychic landscape, forced to confront aspects of themselves that they may have spent lifetimes avoiding or denying. The geography of these realms defies conventional mapping, for it shifts according to the psychological state of visitors and the collective emotional tides that sweep through mortal civilization. A landscape that appears as a sun-drenched meadow of perfect beauty to one traveler might manifest as a storm-lashed wasteland of thorns and shadows to another, not because of any deception or illusion, but because each observer's presence literally reshapes the environment to reflect their internal reality. The dream domains emerge from the realm's relationship with the sleeping minds of mortals across all planes of existence. Every night, as consciousness retreats from waking awareness to explore the symbolic territories of sleep, fragments of dream experience break free from individual minds to take independent form in the Feywild. These dream fragments accumulate over centuries, gradually building into stable territories where the archetypal patterns that govern mortal sleep create their own landscapes, cities, and civilizations. The most beautiful of these domains manifests as the Eternal Garden, a realm where every flower represents a moment of perfect happiness from someone's dreams, where streams flow with liquid starlight that carries the essence of peaceful sleep, where the very air shimmers with the accumulated contentment of countless restful nights. Trees in this garden bear fruit that tastes like childhood security. Their shade provides the kind of perfect rest that heals both body and spirit, and their leaves whisper lullabies in languages that speak directly to the deep unconscious, without requiring conscious understanding. Visitors to the Eternal Garden often find themselves experiencing a profound sense of homecoming, as if they have finally arrived at the place their hearts have been seeking throughout their entire lives. The garden responds to their presence by manifesting personalized paradises drawn from their most cherished dreams and fondest memories, creating environments so perfectly attuned to their needs that many find it almost impossible to leave voluntarily. Yet this apparent benevolence conceals subtle dangers, for the garden's perfection can become addictive in ways that undermine the visitor's connection to the dynamic challenges that drive genuine growth and development. Those who linger too long in the Eternal Garden may find their capacity for dealing with difficulty and conflict gradually atrophying, their tolerance for the imperfections and frustrations of ordinary existence steadily diminishing until they become incapable of functioning effectively in any reality less perfect than the dream domain they have made their refuge. The garden's inhabitants consist primarily of beings who were once mortal visitors, but have surrendered their dynamic existence in exchange for permanent residence in their personalized paradise. These dream dwellers retain their memories and personalities, but lose their capacity for growth, change, or authentic relationship with anything outside their idealized environment. They serve as both warnings and temptations for new visitors, demonstrating both the seductive appeal of perfect contentment and the ultimate sterility of existence without challenge or uncertainty. At the heart of the Eternal Garden stands the Palace of Golden Slumber, ruled by the entity known as the Dreaming Queen. She appears differently to each visitor but always embodies their personal ideal of nurturing maternal energy, sometimes manifesting as a beloved grandmother whose stories could heal any hurt, other times as the perfect friend whose understanding transcends words, occasionally as the ideal romantic partner whose love requires no effort or sacrifice to maintain. The Dreaming Queen speaks only in lullabies and gentle whispers, her words carrying such perfect comfort that they can instantly soothe any pain, resolve any conflict, heal any wound that consciousness has suffered throughout its journey toward greater awareness. Yet her gifts come with the price of surrender. To accept her healing completely requires abandoning the very struggles and difficulties that drive consciousness toward ever greater authenticity and wisdom. Her court consists of the distilled essence of every comforting figure that has ever appeared in mortal dreams, idealized parents who never disappoint, friends who never betray, lovers who never leave, mentors who never challenge their students beyond their current capacity for understanding. These court members exist in a state of eternal availability, ready to provide whatever form of emotional support any visitor requires, yet their perfection renders them incapable of offering the kind of constructive criticism or challenging perspective that authentic relationships provide. The palace itself shifts its architecture to match the comfort preferences of its current occupants, manifesting as childhood homes for those seeking security, as exotic locations for those craving adventure without danger, as spiritual retreats for those yearning for transcendence, without the demanding discipline that genuine spiritual development requires. Every room contains exactly what its occupant most needs to feel completely at peace, yet this very perfection gradually erodes their capacity for appreciating the more complex satisfactions that come from engaging with reality's imperfections. In stark contrast to the seductive perfection of the dream domains, the nightmare realms embody the shadow territories of consciousness, where fear, guilt, trauma, and repressed violence take physical form. These domains manifest the collective unconscious understanding that growth requires facing one's demons, rather than merely seeking comfort, that authentic peace can only emerge from integration, rather than avoidance of life's darker aspects. The landscape of the nightmare realms shifts constantly between archetypal scenarios of terror and anxiety, endless corridors where something unseen pursues the traveler, familiar places transformed into threatening mazes, where nothing works as expected, social situations where every word spoken increases the observer's sense of inadequacy and exposure. Yet these manifestations serve purposes far more sophisticated than mere torment, for they create controlled environments where consciousness can safely explore its own shadow territories without the permanent consequences that such exploration might entail in ordinary reality. The most psychologically sophisticated of the nightmare realms is the mirror labyrinth, where every surface reflects not the observer's physical appearance, but their psychological truth, their hidden motivations, their unacknowledged prejudices, their carefully concealed capacity for selfishness, cruelty, and deception. The labyrinth's passages constantly rearrange themselves to ensure that visitors cannot avoid confronting the aspects of themselves they most desperately want to deny, yet the mirrors show these uncomfortable truths with such clarity and completeness that avoidance becomes impossible. Travelers in the mirror labyrinth often experience profound psychological breakthroughs as they finally achieve honest self-perception. Yet the process can prove so overwhelming that many flee before completing their journey through the maze. Those who persist to the labyrinth's center discover a final mirror that shows not their flaws and shadows, but their authentic potential, the person they could become if they integrated their darkness consciously, rather than projecting it onto others or suppressing it through denial. The labyrinth's guardian, known as the Truth Speaker, appears as a figure who embodies whatever form of authority the visitor most fears or resents. Perhaps a critical parent whose approval they never received, a teacher whose standards they never met, or a rival whose success highlighted their own inadequacies. Yet the Truth Speaker's harsh words carry the gift of liberation, for they articulate the criticisms that visitors have been unconsciously making about themselves, bringing hidden self-judgment into the light, where it can be examined, and either accepted as accurate or recognized as distorted self-perception. The most feared region of the nightmare realms is the Valley of Consequences, where every action taken in moral compromise, every word spoken in cruelty, every choice made from selfishness rather than wisdom, takes physical form as an entity that pursues its creator through landscapes shaped by the suffering their actions have caused. This valley serves as a realm of ultimate accountability, where the psychological defense mechanisms that normally shield consciousness from recognizing the full impact of its choices become inoperative. Visitors to the Valley of Consequences find themselves pursued by living embodiments of every person they have hurt, every opportunity they have wasted, every moment when they chose the comfortable lie over the difficult truth. These pursuing entities do not seek revenge but rather acknowledgement. They want their creators to finally see and accept responsibility for the suffering their choices have generated, to experience empathy for those who bore the consequences of their actions. The valley's geography consists entirely of environments shaped by moral failure, cities built from broken promises, forests where the trees bear fruit of bitter regret, rivers that flow with the tears of those who trusted unwisely. Yet this harsh landscape serves a healing function, for it creates conditions where genuine remorse becomes possible, where the artificial separation between self and other dissolves enough to allow authentic empathy and the motivation for restitution to emerge. The ruler of the Valley of Consequences is the Judge of Hearts, an entity that appears as the perfect embodiment of moral authority, sometimes manifesting as a wise elder whose disappointment cuts deeper than any anger, other times as a child whose innocent questions reveal the sophistication of rationalization used to justify harmful actions. The judge speaks only truth, yet their words carry such perfect understanding of human weakness and limitation that even their harshest pronouncements feel compassionate rather than condemnatory. The borderlands between dream and nightmare domains create some of the most psychologically complex territories in all the Feywild, for they represent the liminal spaces where hope and fear, desire and anxiety, love and terror reveal their fundamental interconnection. These threshold regions often manifest as scenarios that begin as wish-fulfillment fantasies, but gradually reveal darker implications, or as threatening situations that contain hidden opportunities for growth and empowerment. The most significant of these borderland regions is the Twilight City, where every building, street, and public space embodies a different relationship between conscious desire and unconscious fear. The city's architecture constantly shifts between beautiful and threatening forms, its inhabitants alternating between helpful allies and dangerous obstacles, depending on the visitor's psychological state and level of self-awareness. In the Twilight City, visitors encounter the fundamental truth that dream and nightmare represent complementary aspects of the same psychological process. The soul's attempt to process experience, integrate learning, and prepare consciousness for continued growth and development. The city's inhabitants include beings who have learned to navigate both aspects of the psyche consciously, serving as guides who can help visitors understand how to work with rather than against their own psychological complexity. The city's central plaza contains the Fountain of Integration, where the waters of dream and nightmare flow together to create a substance that grants visitors temporary but profound insight into their own psychological architecture. Those who drink from the fountain experience their internal conflicts not as problems to be solved, but as creative tensions that generate the energy necessary for continued growth and development. The Twilight City's ruler is the mediator of minds, an entity that embodies the principle of psychological integration, the capacity to embrace both light and shadow aspects of consciousness without being overwhelmed by either. The mediator appears as a figure who somehow combines beauty and terror, wisdom and innocence, strength and vulnerability, in ways that demonstrate the possibility of achieving wholeness rather than mere one-sided development. The seasonal variations in the dream and nightmare domains reflect the natural cycles of psychological development that govern all conscious beings. During spring, the domains emphasize themes of new beginnings, innocent hope, and the courage necessary to embark on transformative journeys despite the risks involved. Summer manifestations focus on the full flowering of potential, the abundant creativity that emerges when consciousness learns to work with rather than against its own nature. Autumn in these domains brings emphasis on harvest themes, the integration of experience, the wisdom that comes from acknowledging both successes and failures, the bittersweet recognition that all achievements contain within them the seeds of their own eventual transformation. Winter manifestations explore the necessary dark periods when consciousness must rest, reflect, and prepare for the next cycle of growth and development. These seasonal shifts ensure that visitors encounter psychological material that aligns with their natural rhythms and developmental needs, rather than being exposed to therapeutic influences that their current level of awareness is not prepared to integrate constructively. The domains serve as vast therapeutic environments that provide exactly the right level of challenge and support for each visitor's optimal growth. The inhabitants of the dream and nightmare domains include beings who have emerged from the collective unconscious of mortal civilizations to take independent existence as guardians, teachers, and healers, specializing in the deep psychological work that these realms facilitate. Some appear as traditional therapeutic figures, wise counselors, compassionate healers, insightful teachers, while others manifest as more challenging entities whose harsh methods serve the cause of authentic growth rather than comfortable healing. The most profound of these inhabitants are the dream weavers, beings who possess the ability to help visitors reshape their internal psychological landscapes through controlled exposure to archetypal experiences. A dream weaver might guide someone through a carefully constructed scenario that allows them to experience triumph over their deepest fears, or create a symbolic journey that helps integrate traumatic memories in ways that transform suffering into wisdom. These entities work with what Fey scholars call narrative therapy, the understanding that consciousness organizes experience through story structures, and that psychological healing often requires helping individuals rewrite their internal narratives in ways that emphasize growth, empowerment, and meaning rather than victimization, limitation, and meaninglessness. The influence of the dream and nightmare domains extends far beyond their immediate boundaries, affecting the quality of sleep and dream experience throughout the material plane. Mortals who have visited these realms often report profound improvements in their ability to remember and work with their dreams, while others find their nightmares becoming more constructive, frightening perhaps, but carrying clear messages about areas where growth and healing need to occur. The domains also serve as training grounds for mortal practitioners of dream magic, oneromancy, and therapeutic techniques that work with unconscious processes. Visitors who prove capable of navigating both dream and nightmare territories without losing their sanity or authentic identity often return to the material plane with enhanced abilities to help others work with their own psychological complexity. As our exploration of these profound territories draws toward its conclusion, we are left with a deep appreciation for the sophisticated wisdom that governs their function within the larger ecosystem of the Feywild. The dream and nightmare domains represent far more than entertainment or escape. They embody the universe's commitment to the psychological health and continued development of consciousness itself. They serve as vast healing environments where the deepest wounds of existence can be addressed, the most fundamental conflicts can be resolved, and the authentic potential of consciousness can be discovered and embraced. Through their challenging yet compassionate presence, these domains ensure that growth continues even during sleep, that healing occurs even in the midst of apparent suffering, and that wisdom emerges from the willingness to face, rather than flee from the full complexity of what it means to be conscious in a universe that contains both infinite beauty and inescapable difficulty. In their eternal dance between comfort and challenge, hope and fear, these domains teach perhaps the most important lesson that consciousness can learn, that wholeness comes not from choosing light over darkness, but from learning to embrace both aspects of existence with equal courage, wisdom, and compassionate understanding. Chapter 7. Changelings and Stolen Lives. Identity is the most fragile and precious of all possessions, yet it is the one thing that most beings take entirely for granted until the moment when they discover that who they believed themselves to be was nothing more than an elaborate fiction. In the darkest corners of Fey folklore lies the practice of the changeling exchange, the ancient custom whereby the Fey replace mortal children with duplicates of supernatural origin, creating beings who must navigate existence, never knowing whether their memories, their relationships, or even their fundamental nature reflects authentic truth or carefully constructed illusion. This practice speaks to questions that penetrate to the very heart of consciousness itself. What makes a being truly who they are? Is identity determined by biological inheritance, shaped by environmental influences, or constructed through conscious choice and continuous self-creation? When the Fae steal a mortal child and leave behind a supernatural replacement, they initiate philosophical experiments that challenge every assumption about the nature of self, soul, and authentic existence. The motivations behind changeling exchanges reveal the complex relationship between Fey and mortal consciousness, for these substitutions serve purposes far more sophisticated than mere cruelty or arbitrary mischief. The Fey are drawn to mortal children not just for their innocence and potential, but for the unique intensity of experience that only beings with limited lifespans can provide. To immortal consciousness, the passionate urgency with which mortals embrace each moment, knowing that their time is finite, represents a form of wealth, more precious than any material treasure. Mortal children possess what the Fae call compressed temporality, the ability to experience profound growth, change, and emotional development within the brief span of a human lifetime. This creates a quality of consciousness that the Fae find both fascinating and deeply moving, for beings who have eternal existence often struggle with the kind of motivated engagement that comes naturally to creatures who know their time is limited. The selection process for changeling exchanges follows criteria that reflect deep understanding of human psychology and spiritual development. The Fae do not steal children randomly, but choose those whose unique qualities or circumstances make them particularly suited for the kind of transformation that Fae raising can provide. Often, the chosen children are those who already show signs of being different from their peers, unusually sensitive, creatively gifted, or possessed of the kind of profound empathy that makes ordinary social existence difficult. These children often feel like strangers in their own families, as if they have been born into the wrong life or misplaced from their true home. The Fae recognize this sense of displacement as indicating souls who might actually benefit from the expanded possibilities that Fae existence can offer, even as the exchange inflicts profound trauma on the families and communities left behind. The creation of changeling substitutes represents some of the most sophisticated magic practiced in the Feywild, for it requires not just the duplication of physical form, but the construction of an entirely believable alternate personality, complete with memories, emotional patterns, and behavioral quirks that match the original child closely enough to fool even intimate family members. This process involves what Fae scholars call narrative archaeology, the careful excavation and reconstruction of all the experiences, relationships, and influences that have shaped the child's developing identity. The raw material for changeling construction often comes from manifestations of parental expectation and desire that accumulate around mortal children from birth. Every parent's hopes and dreams for their child create psychic impressions that skilled Fae craftspeople can harvest and weave into surprisingly convincing simulacra. These changeling doubles possess not just physical resemblance, but authentic emotional connections to the family they replace, for they are constructed partly from the family's own collective unconscious projection of who they want their child to be. This creates the tragic irony that changeling children often prove to be better at being what their parents expected than the original children ever were. The supernatural substitute might display exactly the kind of obedience, achievement, or temperament that the parents had hoped for, while the authentic child, now growing up in the Feywild, develops along entirely different lines that reflect their true nature rather than family expectations. The most sophisticated changelings are not mere copies, but represent what the original child might have become under different circumstances. Fae artisans study the child's essential nature, their core personality traits, their deepest potentials, their authentic spiritual gifts, and then construct alternates that embody those qualities as they might have developed in an environment of complete acceptance and unlimited possibility for growth. These potential-based changelings often prove to be extraordinary individuals who achieve remarkable things, while never quite fitting entirely into ordinary human society. They might become arty sots, whose work carries strange beauty that seems to come from another world, scholars whose insights reveal patterns conventional thinking cannot perceive, or leaders whose charisma stems from an otherworldly authority that transcends normal social hierarchies. Yet regardless of how successful or well-adapted these changeling substitutes become, they carry within themselves a fundamental emptiness, the awareness that they are not quite real in the way that authentic beings are real. This existential uncertainty creates a profound loneliness that no amount of achievement or social connection can entirely heal. For at the deepest level, changelings know themselves to be constructions rather than naturally occurring beings. The experience of growing up as a changeling involves navigating a complex landscape of partial truth and constructed memory. Most changelings are not aware of their artificial nature during childhood, for the Fey magic that creates them includes psychological barriers that prevent too early recognition of their true origins. They grow up feeling vaguely different from their peers, but unable to identify exactly what makes them feel like outsiders in their own lives. As changelings mature, however, the barriers begin to weaken, and they start to experience moments of profound disconnection from their supposed histories. They might remember events that never happened, feel nostalgic for places they have never visited, or possess skills and knowledge that they never learned through normal means. These experiences create a growing sense of unreality that can lead to various forms of psychological crisis, as the changeling struggles to understand why their own life feels like a story being told about someone else. The awakening process varies dramatically among individual changelings, but it typically involves a series of increasingly vivid dreams or visions that reveal glimpses of their true origins and the existence of the original child they replaced. Some changelings experience this revelation as a profound relief, finally understanding why they have always felt like actors playing roles rather than authentic individuals living their own lives. Others find the knowledge devastating, as it strips away everything they believed about themselves and leaves them feeling like they have no genuine identity at all. The most psychologically healthy changelings are those who learn to see their artificial nature not as a limitation but as a unique form of existence that carries its own gifts and possibilities. They recognize that, while they may not possess the same kind of natural authenticity as beings born rather than made, they have been crafted with intention and care by artisans who understood their original essence well enough to create worthy expressions of their deepest potential. Meanwhile, the stolen children who are raised in the Feywild undergo transformations that are equally profound but entirely different in nature. Removed from the constraints of mortal society and family expectations, these children often bloom into extraordinary beings whose development follows the authentic trajectory of their essential nature, rather than being shaped by external pressures and limitations. Fey fosterage provides these children with educational opportunities that would be impossible in mortal societies, instruction in forms of magic that work through harmony with natural forces, training in arts that blend creativity with spiritual development, and exposure to forms of wisdom that can only be transmitted through direct experience, rather than verbal explanation. The stolen children learn to perceive reality from multiple perspectives simultaneously, to communicate with non-human forms of consciousness, and to work with creative energies that transform imagination into substantial manifestation. Yet this expanded awareness comes with its own costs, for children raised in the Feywild often lose their capacity for the kind of comfortable limitation that makes ordinary mortal existence possible. They develop expectations for beauty, meaning, and authentic connection that few mortal environments can satisfy, leaving them perpetually homesick for a realm of expanded possibility, even when they recognize the value of mortal experience and relationship. The Fey foster parents who raise these stolen children are typically beings who have themselves struggled with questions of identity and belonging, making them particularly suited to guide young consciousness through the complex process of discovering authentic selfhood. These guardians understand that true parenting involves helping children discover who they really are, rather than molding them into predetermined shapes, and they approach fosterage as a sacred responsibility that requires tremendous patience, wisdom, and selfless love. The educational philosophy that governs Fey fosterage emphasizes the development of what the Fey call essential authenticity, the capacity to recognize and express one's deepest nature, regardless of external circumstances or social pressures. Children learn through experiences that test their authentic responses to various situations, gradually building confidence in their own inner guidance, while developing the practical skills necessary for navigating complex social and spiritual environments. This education often involves exposure to challenges and opportunities that would be considered inappropriate or dangerous for mortal children. Yet the Fey understanding of development recognizes that authentic growth requires genuine testing rather than artificial protection. A child might be given responsibility for tending magical gardens where the plants respond to emotional states, or asked to serve as mediator in disputes between different species of forest spirits, or challenged to create works of art that must meet standards of beauty that transcend mere technical competence. The relationship between changelings in the mortal world and their originals in the Feywild creates one of the most complex psychological phenomena in all the planes of existence. These pairs remain connected through what Fey scholars call identity resonance, a form of psychic entanglement that ensures both beings continue to influence each other's development even across dimensional boundaries. Changelings often find themselves inexplicably drawn to activities, interests, or life paths that mirror the experiences of their originals in the Feywild, while the stolen children develop personality traits and preferences that echo the lives being lived by their artificial replacements. This creates a form of parallel development where both beings grow toward a more complete expression of their shared essential nature, with each providing experiences and perspectives that the other lacks. Some changelings develop the ability to access memories and experiences from their originals, particularly during dreams or moments of deep meditation. These glimpses of life in the Feywild can provide profound comfort and guidance, to changelings struggling with questions of identity and purpose. Yet they can also intensify the sense of loss and displacement that characterizes changeling existence. Similarly, stolen children sometimes receive psychic impressions from the mortal lives being lived by their changeling replacements, gaining understanding of how their families and communities have been affected by their absence. This knowledge often motivates them to develop abilities that will allow them to eventually return and make amends for the disruption their disappearance has caused, even as they recognize that they can never truly reclaim the lives they lost. The resolution of changeling situations represents some of the most complex negotiations undertaken in the Feywild, for they involve balancing the rights and needs of multiple parties whose interests often conflict in fundamental ways. The original families deserve to have their authentic children returned, yet those children may have grown into beings who can no longer thrive in ordinary mortal environments. The changelings have developed genuine relationships and responsibilities in the mortal world, yet they often long for the kind of acceptance and understanding that only full knowledge of their true nature could provide. Some resolutions involve the reunification of changeling and original, with both beings learning to share a single life while maintaining their individual perspectives and experiences. This requires tremendous psychological flexibility from all involved, as the merged being must integrate memories, relationships, and developmental experiences that may seem contradictory or incompatible. Other solutions focus on finding appropriate places for both changeling and original to live authentically, perhaps with the changeling remaining in the mortal world, but gaining full knowledge of their nature and connection to the Feywild, while the original establishes a life that allows them to move freely between planes as their needs and circumstances require. The most profound resolutions transform the entire experience of separation and substitution into opportunities for expanded understanding and compassion. Families learn to love both their authentic children and the changeling substitutes who shared their lives, recognizing that both beings deserve care and acceptance regardless of their origins. The changelings and originals develop relationships as spiritual siblings who share unique insights into questions of identity, authenticity, and the nature of consciousness itself. These resolution processes often catalyze growth and transformation that extends far beyond the immediate family unit, as communities learn to embrace forms of existence and consciousness that challenge conventional assumptions about what constitutes authentic identity. The presence of known changelings in mortal society helps expand cultural understanding of the fluid nature of selfhood, while demonstrating that love and acceptance can transcend the boundaries between natural and artificial existence. The cultural impact of changeling exchanges has shaped mortal folklore and psychology in ways that continue to influence how humans understand questions of identity, belonging, and authentic selfhood. The persistent appearance of changeling tales across diverse cultures suggests that these stories address fundamental anxieties and insights about the nature of consciousness that transcends specific historical or geographical circumstances. These tales serve multiple psychological functions, helping individuals process experiences of feeling displaced or inauthentic in their own lives, while providing conceptual frameworks for understanding how identity develops through the complex interaction of natural endowment, environmental influence, and conscious choice. The changeling archetype speaks to the universal experience of wondering whether one's sense of self reflects authentic truth, or merely accumulated conditioning and external expectation. The modern prevalence of identity-related pests, ecological challenges from imposter syndrome to gender dysphoria to cultural displacement, suggests that changeling dynamics operate as metaphors for very real experiences of disconnection between one's essential nature and the social roles or biological circumstances in which one finds oneself. The wisdom embedded in changeling lore offers guidance for navigating these challenges with compassion, creativity, and commitment to authentic self-discovery. As our exploration of this profound and troubling aspect of Fey existence draws toward its conclusion, we are left with a deeper understanding of how questions of identity and authenticity permeate every level of consciousness and society. The changeling phenomenon reveals the fundamental vulnerability that accompanies the gift of selfhood, while also demonstrating the resilience and adaptability that consciousness possesses when faced with challenges to its most basic assumptions about itself. Through their tragic beauty and complex psychological dynamics, changeling exchanges teach essential lessons about the nature of love, identity, and belonging that extend far beyond the specific circumstances of any individual case. They remind us that authentic existence requires not just knowing who we are, but having the courage to become who we are meant to be, regardless of the expectations or limitations that others might impose upon us. In the end, the changeling teaches us that identity is not a fixed possession, but an ongoing creation. That authenticity emerges not from passive acceptance of given circumstances, but from active engagement with the deepest questions of existence, and that love, true love, recognizes and nurtures the essential nature of the beloved, rather than attempting to mold them into comfortable or convenient forms. Chapter 8. The Seasons of Power. Time itself is the greatest teacher, yet its lessons can only be learned by those who understand that existence moves not in straight lines but in spirals, returning again and again to familiar themes while ascending toward ever greater depth and complexity. In the Feywild, this fundamental truth finds its most perfect expression through the eternal cycle of seasons, not mere changes in weather or temperature, but vast transformations in the very nature of reality that mirror the deep rhythms governing all consciousness, all growth, all authentic development toward wisdom and understanding. The seasons in the Feywild represent far more than temporal divisions or climatic variations. They are archetypal forces that embody the fundamental patterns through which all existence moves: birth, growth, maturation, death, and rebirth in endless succession. Each season carries its own form of power, its own lessons, its own gifts and challenges that consciousness must master to achieve genuine completeness and authentic relationship with the cosmic forces that shape all reality. This cyclical understanding stands in stark contrast to the linear thinking that dominates mortal civilization, where progress is measured by movement away from origins rather than return to deeper understanding of eternal principles. The Fae recognize that true advancement comes not from leaving the past behind, but from revisiting fundamental experiences with ever-increasing wisdom, finding new depths in what seemed simple, discovering fresh applications for what appeared exhausted of possibility. The spring court emerges from winter's depths as the embodiment of pure potential awakening to awareness of its own creative power. Spring represents the moment when possibility transforms into actuality, when dormant seeds crack open to release the life they have preserved through darkness and apparent death, when consciousness remembers that no ending is ever final, if the essential pattern remains intact and ready for renewal. In the Feywild's spring domains, reality itself seems to vibrate with anticipation and excitement as new forms of life experiment with existence, testing the boundaries of what is possible while maintaining connection to the wisdom that has sustained life through countless previous cycles. The very air thrums with creative energy so intense that visitors often find their own capacity for imagination and innovation dramatically enhanced, their minds flooded with inspirations and insights that seemed impossible before crossing into this realm of perpetual beginning. The landscapes of eternal spring manifest as environments where every moment carries the promise of unprecedented beauty and wonder. Flowers bloom not just in their traditional forms, but in new configurations that expand the very concept of floral beauty, their colors bleeding beyond the visible spectrum, to paint the air itself with hues that mortal eyes can perceive but mortal languages cannot name. Trees stretch toward skies that seem infinitely deep, their branches reaching into dimensions that exist parallel to ordinary space, their leaves singing with voices that harmonize in musical structures too complex for any instrument save consciousness itself to reproduce. The ruler of the spring court is the Prince of New Beginnings, an entity whose very presence catalyzes transformation and growth in everything around him. He appears as a figure of eternal youth whose age seems to fluctuate moment by moment, sometimes manifesting as a child whose innocence carries the weight of infinite possibility, other times revealing himself as a young adult whose enthusiasm has been tempered by just enough experience to give it direction and purpose. Beings who embody various aspects of the creative process, the lady of first thoughts who presides over the moment when new ideas spark into existence, the lord of tender growth, who nurtures fragile beginnings until they develop the strength to sustain themselves, the Duchess of Morning Light, whose presence banishes the fears and doubts that prevent authentic creativity from manifesting. The magic of the Spring Court operates through what the Fae call catalytic inspiration, the ability to awaken dormant potential and accelerate natural development processes without forcing premature outcomes. Spring magic works by removing obstacles to growth rather than imposing artificial stimulation, creating optimal conditions for authentic development while respecting the natural timing that each individual consciousness requires for healthy maturation. Mortals who receive Spring Court blessings often find themselves experiencing creative breakthroughs that have been blocked for years or decades, yet these gifts come with the responsibility of nurturing their new insights and inspirations until they develop into stable forms that can survive the testing that other seasons will inevitably provide. Spring teaches that beginning is easy, but continuation requires sustained commitment and the willingness to work through the difficulties that arise when initial enthusiasm encounters the resistance that reality always presents to change. As the wheel turns and the intensity of spring's creative explosion reaches its peak, the energies of existence naturally evolve toward the abundant fulfillment that characterizes the summer court. If spring represents potential becoming actual, summer embodies that actuality reaching its fullest expression, the complete flowering of whatever essential nature had been awakening during the spring months. The summer court manifests as the realm of perfect abundance, where every possibility that can achieve stable existence does so, where consciousness experiences itself as capable of sustaining indefinite expansion and development. The summer domains pulse with the kind of vital energy that makes anything seem possible and everything seem worthwhile, where the very fact of existence feels like a cause for endless celebration and grateful wonder. The geography of eternal summer creates environments where fertility and abundance reach levels that would be unsustainable in any ordinary reality. Orchards bear fruit so perfect that each piece contains the concentrated essence of everything that makes life worth living, while gardens bloom with flowers whose beauty provides sufficient reason for existence regardless of any other considerations. The rivers flow with water so pure and nourishing that a single sip can heal years of accumulated spiritual fatigue, while the forests shelter creatures whose mere presence radiates the kind of contentment that comes from knowing oneself to be exactly what one was meant to be. Queen Titania presides over this domain with a majesty that transforms authority from dominance into inspiration, her very existence serving as proof that consciousness can achieve states of development where power serves beauty rather than self-aggrandizement. Her court celebrates the principle that true strength reveals itself through generosity rather than conquest, that authentic leadership creates conditions where others can flourish rather than arrangements that maintain artificial scarcity and dependence. The summer court's magic operates through abundance multiplication, the ability to take whatever exists in potential and help it achieve its fullest possible expression without depleting the source or creating unsustainable demands on the supporting environment. Summer magic demonstrates that scarcity is usually an artificial condition created by fear and misunderstanding, rather than genuine limitation, that the universe contains more than enough resources to support every being's authentic development, if those resources are shared with wisdom and used with gratitude. Visitors to the summer court often return to their ordinary lives, transformed by the experience of witnessing what existence can become when consciousness commits itself fully to creativity, generosity, and the celebration of life itself. Yet they also carry the challenging awareness that achieving such abundance requires not just individual development, but collective commitment to principles that transcend narrow self-interest and short-term thinking. The transition from summer's peak toward autumn introduces the more complex wisdom that comes from understanding limitation, not as failure, but as the creative constraint that gives meaning to choice and significance to achievement. The Autumn Court embodies the principle of conscious completion, the recognition that fulfillment comes not from endless expansion, but from bringing things to their natural conclusion, with grace, wisdom, and appreciation for what has been accomplished. Autumn in the Feywild manifests as the season of harvest, both literal and metaphorical, when consciousness gathers the fruits of its development and prepares for the period of contemplation and integration that winter will provide. The autumn domains shimmer with the kind of bittersweet beauty that comes from recognizing that all things pass away, yet finding in that very transience the poignancy that makes each moment precious beyond calculation. The landscapes of eternal autumn paint themselves in colors that capture the essence of memory itself, the golden light of perfect afternoons preserved forever in consciousness, the russet hues of experiences that have mellowed into wisdom through the passage of time, the deep purples and crimson shades of passions that have transformed themselves from desperate need into grateful appreciation for what was given and received. The Autumn Court is ruled by the Harvest King, an entity who embodies the wisdom that comes from understanding both achievement and loss as necessary aspects of a complete existence. He appears as a figure whose maturity carries no trace of regret or bitterness, despite obvious awareness of everything that time inevitably takes away, his presence radiating the kind of peace that can only come from having learned to find meaning in limitation itself. His court includes the Lady of Final Lessons, who helps consciousness extract maximum wisdom from experiences before they pass into memory. The Lord of Grateful Reflection, who transforms even painful experiences into sources of appreciation for the depth and complexity that existence provides. And the Duchess of Beautiful Endings, who demonstrates that conclusions can be as magnificent as beginnings if approached with appropriate awareness and acceptance. The magic of the Autumn Court works through wisdom distillation, the ability to extract the essential lessons and lasting value from experiences while releasing attachment to their temporary forms. Autumn magic teaches that everything of genuine worth can be preserved through understanding even when its external manifestation must be surrendered to the natural cycles that govern all existence. Those blessed by the Autumn Court return to their lives with enhanced ability to find meaning in whatever circumstances they encounter, to extract value from difficulties as well as successes, and to maintain equanimity in the face of inevitable changes and losses. Yet they also bear the responsibility of using their deepened understanding to help others navigate their own transitions with greater grace and less unnecessary suffering. The wheel's movement toward winter introduces the most profound and challenging aspects of the seasonal cycle, for winter represents not destruction, but the kind of ending that makes new beginning possible, the apparent death that preserves essential life through periods when external manifestation becomes impossible or inappropriate. The Winter Court embodies the principle of essential preservation, the wisdom that recognizes what must be maintained through periods of apparent emptiness, and what can be safely released to make room for fresh development. Winter teaches that consciousness must learn to distinguish between its essential nature and its temporary manifestations, finding security in what cannot be taken away, rather than clinging to forms that must inevitably change. The winter domains of the Feywild manifest as landscapes of crystalline perfection, where the beauty lies not in abundance, but in the stark clarity that emerges when all non-essentials have been stripped away. Ice formations create architectural marvels that capture and preserve the geometric patterns underlying all natural beauty, while snow falls in configurations that encode the fundamental mathematical relationships governing cosmic harmony. The Queen of Air and Darkness presides over this realm, with an authority that demonstrates how power can serve truth even when that truth proves difficult or uncomfortable to accept. Her court represents the ultimate refinement of consciousness that has learned to find beauty in limitation, meaning in endings, and hope in the very principles that ensure nothing temporary can last forever. The Winter Court's magic operates through essential clarification, the ability to help consciousness recognize what truly matters by temporarily removing everything that can be safely surrendered. Winter magic often appears harsh or even cruel to those who have not yet learned to distinguish between authentic need and merely habitual attachment. Yet, it provides the only reliable method for discovering what resources consciousness actually possesses when external supports are no longer available. The seasonal transitions that govern the Feywild create some of the most spectacular and meaningful events in all the planes of existence, for they represent moments when the fundamental nature of reality itself undergoes transformation. These transitions are not mere political changes, but cosmic reorganizations that affect every aspect of existence throughout the realm, and send ripples of influence across all connected dimensions. The spring awakening occurs when winter's crystalline perfection begins to show the first hairline cracks that will eventually allow new life to emerge. This transition manifests as a gradual warming that affects not just temperature, but the entire emotional and spiritual climate of the realm, as dormant possibilities begin to stir with renewed vitality, and consciousness prepares itself for another cycle of growth and development. The summer culmination represents the moment when spring's creative energies reach their peak and transform into the abundant stability that characterizes mature achievement. This transition creates celebrations throughout the realm, as consciousness experiences its own capacity for sustained excellence and recognizes that authentic fulfillment is possible when individual development serves larger patterns of harmony and mutual support. The autumn reflection begins when summer's abundance naturally evolves toward the kind of grateful completion that prepares consciousness for the wisdom gathering that autumn provides. This transition often proves most challenging for beings who have not yet learned to find satisfaction in limitation, yet it offers the irreplaceable gift of learning to appreciate what has been received rather than focusing primarily on what has not yet been achieved. The winter deepening occurs when autumn's harvest of wisdom transforms into the essential preservation that allows consciousness to maintain continuity through periods when external growth becomes impossible. This transition requires the greatest courage and trust, for it demands faith that apparent endings serve ultimate beginnings, that temporary loss enables permanent gain, that conscious surrender to natural cycles produces better results than futile resistance to inevitable change. The beings who have learned to navigate all four seasonal courts with equal grace and wisdom represent the highest achievement of Fey consciousness, entities who have transcended the limited perspective that sees any particular season as more valuable than others, and achieved the kind of integrated awareness that can find appropriate gifts in whatever circumstances arise. These seasonal masters serve as teachers and guides for younger Fey and mortal visitors alike, demonstrating through their own example how consciousness can maintain stability and authenticity while adapting fluidly to the constantly changing requirements that existence presents. They have learned to embody spring's creativity without becoming attached to particular outcomes, summer's abundance without developing possessive attitudes, autumn's wisdom without falling into bitterness about what time takes away, and winter's clarity without becoming coldly detached from the warmth that makes existence meaningful. The influence of the Feywild's seasonal courts extends far beyond their immediate realm, affecting the natural cycles of growth and development throughout the material plane and other connected dimensions. Mortal civilizations that maintain awareness of these deeper seasonal rhythms often experience more harmonious development and less destructive conflict than those that attempt to impose artificial consistency on natural cycles that require change and variation to maintain their vitality. Individual mortals who learn to align their personal development with seasonal energies often discover that their creative projects flow more easily, their relationships develop more naturally, their spiritual growth proceeds with less struggle and resistance. They learn to use spring for beginning new endeavors, summer for bringing projects to full manifestation, autumn for harvesting wisdom and making necessary completions, and winter for rest, reflection, and preparation for the next cycle of activity. As our exploration of these eternal cycles draws toward its conclusion, we are left with profound appreciation for the sophisticated wisdom that governs the seasonal courts of the Feywild. Through their endless dance of transformation and return, These archetypal forces demonstrate that authentic development requires not linear progress, but spiral advancement, returning again and again to fundamental themes while achieving ever greater depth and understanding. The seasons teach that consciousness need not fear change when it understands that all transformation serves the preservation and enhancement of what is most essential and valuable. They reveal that apparent opposites, beginning and ending, growth and limitation, abundance and scarcity, are actually complementary aspects of larger patterns that serve the continued evolution of awareness toward greater wisdom, compassion, and authentic understanding of existence itself. In their eternal rotation, the seasons remind us that true power lies not in imposing our will upon reality, but in learning to dance with the natural rhythms that sustain all life, all growth, all authentic achievement that serves not just individual fulfillment, but the larger harmony that allows infinite diversity to coexist within sustainable unity. Chapter 9. Fey Creatures and Impossible Beasts. In the deepest mythologies of consciousness lies the recognition that every emotion, every archetype, every fundamental force that shapes existence must eventually take physical form to fully express its nature and teach its lessons to those capable of learning. The Feywild serves as the great menagerie, where these archetypal energies manifest as living beings, creatures that embody principles too vast and complex for mere symbolism to contain, entities whose very existence bridges the gap between abstract concept and tangible reality in ways that transform both understanding and experience. These Fey creatures represent far more than exotic animals or supernatural curiosities. They are living expressions of the universe's own imagination, manifestations of the creative principle that refuses to be constrained by the limitations that govern ordinary physical existence. Each being embodies specific aspects of the cosmic forces that shape reality, serving as both teacher and test for any consciousness brave enough to engage with powers that transcend normal categories of comprehension. To encounter a Fey creature is to step outside the comfortable boundaries of assumed knowledge and confront the magnificent strangeness that underlies all existence when perceived from expanded perspectives. These beings challenge every assumption about what life can become, what consciousness can achieve, what forms beauty and terror can take, when freed from the constraints that limit expression in more mundane realms. Among the most beloved and mysterious of Fey creatures are the pixies, beings so small they can dance on flower petals, yet so vast in their archetypal significance that their actions can reshape the destiny of entire kingdoms. Pixies embody the principle of playful wisdom, the understanding that the deepest truths often reveal themselves through approaches that appear frivolous or childlike. To minds accustomed to measuring significance through gravity and solemnity, these tiny beings possess magic that operates through joy, wonder, and the kind of innocent mischief that reveals hidden truths about the nature of reality. A pixie's laughter can heal wounds that resist all conventional treatment, for their joy carries the frequency of pure life force that reminds damaged systems how to function harmoniously. Their pranks often serve teaching functions that help their targets recognize and release limiting beliefs or self-destructive patterns that more serious interventions cannot touch. The pixie courts organize themselves according to principles that would seem chaotic to mortal observers, but actually represent sophisticated social structures based on emotional resonance and creative collaboration. Pixie society operates through what they call harmony clustering, spontaneous formations where individuals with complementary gifts and perspectives gather to pursue projects that serve both personal joy and collective benefit. Their magic manifests most powerfully through what they term reality tickling, gentle interventions that introduce just enough unexpected elements into situations to catalyze new possibilities without causing destabilizing disruption. A pixie might cause a crucial letter to arrive at exactly the right moment, arrange for two people who need to meet to encounter each other in circumstances that feel completely natural, or inspire someone to ask the precise question that unlocks understanding they have been seeking for years. Yet pixies also possess defensive capabilities, that can prove devastating to those who approach them with malicious intent. Their apparent fragility conceals access to primal forces that become available when their fundamental nature as guardians of innocent joy faces genuine threat. A pixie community under attack can collectively generate joy storms, waves of positive energy so intense they overwhelm and transform hostile consciousness, leaving attackers confused about why they ever wanted to cause harm in the first place. At the opposite end of the spectrum dwell the redcaps, creatures whose existence embodies the shadow aspects of transformation and the recognition that growth sometimes requires the kind of violent disruption that gentle methods cannot provide. These beings serve as the Feywild's answer to the tendency in mortal consciousness to avoid necessary but difficult changes, representing the principle that authentic development sometimes demands the courage to destroy what has outlived its usefulness. Redcaps appear as small humanoid figures whose crimson caps must be regularly renewed with blood to maintain their supernatural vitality. This grotesque requirement represents not sadistic cruelty, but the archetypal understanding that all life depends upon the continuous transformation of one form into another. That preservation of what matters most sometimes requires the sacrifice of what merely exists. Their violence is never random or gratuitous, but serves specific functions in the cosmic ecology that maintains balance between creation and destruction. Redcaps target those who have become so attached to existing conditions that they resist the changes necessary for their own continued growth and development. Their attacks force victims to confront their own capacity for transformation, often catalyzing breakthroughs that would otherwise remain impossible. The most sophisticated redcaps possess the ability to recognize when violence serves healing and when it merely perpetuates suffering. These elder redcaps often serve as surgical instruments of fate, removing obstacles that prevent consciousness from achieving its authentic potential, while avoiding unnecessary damage to healthy aspects of their target's existence. Among the most enigmatic of Fey creatures are the Dryads, tree spirits whose existence demonstrates the profound connection between consciousness and the natural world. These beings embody the principle that authentic wisdom emerges from deep-rootedness in fundamental principles combined with flexible adaptation to changing circumstances, like trees that remain stable through their connection to earth and water, while swaying gracefully with whatever winds may blow. Each dryad exists in symbiotic relationship with a specific tree that serves as both home and physical manifestation of their essential nature. The health and vitality of the tree reflects the dryad's spiritual condition, while the being's growth and development influence the tree's capacity to thrive in its environment. This interconnection demonstrates the Fey understanding that individual and environmental wellness cannot be separated without damage to both. Dryads possess magic that operates through deep attunement to natural cycles and the ability to work with rather than against the organic processes that sustain all life. Their healing gifts focus on helping other beings remember their own natural patterns of health and vitality, removing artificial obstacles that prevent systems from functioning according to their inherent design. The wisdom of Dryads emerges from their unique perspective on time and change. Having consciousness that spans centuries while remaining intimately connected to the daily rhythms of growth and seasonal transformation, they understand both the eternal principles that remain constant and the surface changes that must occur for deeper stability to be maintained. This temporal perspective makes them invaluable counselors for mortals struggling with decisions that require balancing immediate needs against long-term consequences. Yet Dryads also embody the fierce protective instinct that emerges when natural harmony faces genuine threat. Their connection to the living world makes them sensitive to damage that might seem insignificant to other beings, but actually represents serious disruption to ecological balance. A dryad whose forest faces destruction can call upon forces that transform gentle nature spirits into implacable defenders whose power grows stronger the more desperately their environment needs protection. The brownies represent, perhaps, the most paradoxical of Fey creatures, for they embody the principle that the greatest magic often manifests through the most mundane activities, when those activities are performed with perfect attention and genuine care. These small household spirits dedicate themselves to maintaining harmony in domestic environments, demonstrating that ordinary tasks become sacred work when approached with appropriate consciousness and skill. Brownies possess the ability to infuse daily activities with magical significance, transforming routine chores into ritual practices that create and maintain positive energy within living spaces. Their work operates on multiple levels simultaneously: the physical completion of necessary tasks, the emotional creation of harmony and comfort, and the spiritual establishment of conditions that support authentic well-being for all inhabitants. The magic of brownies manifests through what they call care amplification, the ability to multiply the beneficial effects of any action performed with genuine attention and benevolent intention. A brownie's cleaning removes not just physical dirt, but psychic residue that accumulates from conflict, sadness, and other forms of negative energy. Their cooking nourishes not just bodies but souls. Their repairs fix not just broken objects but damaged relationships and wounded hearts. Yet brownies demand appropriate recognition and respect for their contributions, becoming destructive when their gifts are taken for granted, or their presence is treated casually. A brownie who feels unappreciated can transform from helpful ally into mischievous adversary, whose pranks teach their hosts important lessons about gratitude, reciprocity, and the value of work that often goes unnoticed despite its essential importance. The unicorns of the Feywild embody the principle of purity, not as moral righteousness but as essential authenticity. The state of being that emerges when consciousness aligns so completely with its deepest nature that all internal conflict dissolves into perfect harmony. These beings represent the possibility that exists within every form of consciousness to achieve such complete self-acceptance and authentic expression that external validation becomes unnecessary. Unicorns possess healing magic that operates through purification, not the removal of what is considered evil or wrong, but the restoration of natural harmony that allows all aspects of a being to function according to their intended purpose. Their healing touch can cure any ailment that stems from internal discord or resistance to authentic nature, though they cannot force healing on those who are not ready to surrender the secondary benefits they derive from their dysfunction. The legendary connection between unicorns and virginity represents not sexual purity, but the kind of psychological wholeness that exists when consciousness has not been fragmented by internal conflict or compromised by the need to maintain false personas for social approval. Those who can approach unicorns possess sufficient self-acceptance that they need not hide aspects of themselves or project unwanted qualities onto others. Yet unicorns also embody the fierce protection of innocence and the recognition that some forms of purity, once lost, cannot be restored through any external intervention. Their horns possess the power to pierce through any deception or illusion, making them dangerous to those whose existence depends upon maintaining false narratives about themselves or their circumstances. The will-o'-wisps represent one of the most complex and morally ambiguous categories of fey creatures, for they embody the principle that truth and deception can become indistinguishable when consciousness lacks the wisdom necessary to interpret its perceptions accurately. These dancing lights lead travelers through the wilderness, sometimes guiding them to safety, and sometimes luring them to destruction, with the outcome depending not on the wisp's intentions, but on the traveler's ability to discern authentic guidance from misleading temptation. Will-o'-wisps possess the ability to perceive the hidden desires and fears that motivate the choices made by any consciousness they encounter. Their lights reflect these psychological truths back to travelers in forms that reveal whether those individuals are ready to face reality or still prefer comfortable illusions. Those who follow wisps with honest self-awareness and commitment to growth find themselves led to exactly what they need, while those who pursue the lights hoping to avoid difficult truths discover that their journey leads to confrontation with whatever they most desperately want to escape. The magic of will-o'-wisps operates through reflection amplification, the ability to show beings intensified versions of their own psychological patterns and motivational structures. This process serves as a form of spiritual education that can prove either beneficial or dangerous, depending on the traveler's psychological preparation and their willingness to take responsibility for their own choices, rather than blaming external circumstances for outcomes they have unconsciously created. Among the most ancient and powerful of Fey creatures are the wild hunt hounds, beings whose existence transcends individual identity to embody the principle of cosmic justice made manifest through relentless pursuit. These creatures serve the wild hunt as living expressions of inevitability itself, possessing senses that can track not just physical presence but moral obligation, spiritual debt, and the psychological residue left by actions that violate cosmic law. The hounds possess abilities that operate outside normal concepts of space and time, allowing them to follow trails across multiple planes of existence and through temporal paradoxes that would confuse lesser beings. Their persistence represents not stubborn determination but alignment with fundamental forces that ensure consequences follow actions regardless of how skillfully targets attempt to evade responsibility for their choices. Yet, the hunt hounds also embody compassion in its most profound form, the recognition that authentic justice serves growth rather than punishment, that even the harshest consequences can become opportunities for transformation if approached with sufficient courage and humility. Their pursuit often forces quarry to develop qualities of character that would otherwise remain dormant, catalyzing spiritual development that justifies the suffering involved in the hunting process. The seasonal courts each maintain relationships with specific categories of Fey creatures that embody the particular forms of magic and wisdom associated with their archetypal functions. Spring creatures tend to embody principles of growth, creativity, and new beginning, manifesting as beings whose very presence catalyzes positive change and expanded possibility. Summer entities represent abundance, fruition, and the kind of vital energy that sustains consciousness through periods of intense development and creative expression. Autumn creatures embody wisdom, completion, and the bittersweet beauty that emerges from conscious acceptance of limitation and loss. They serve as teachers who help other beings extract maximum meaning from their experiences, while preparing for the transitions that natural cycles inevitably bring. Winter entities represent preservation, clarity, and the essential truth that remains constant despite surface changes, manifesting as beings whose stark beauty reveals the geometric patterns underlying all existence. The relationships between Fey creatures and mortal visitors create some of the most transformative encounters possible in any realm of existence. These beings serve as living teachers whose very presence provides education that cannot be obtained through any other means. To befriend a pixie is to learn that joy and wisdom need not be contradictory, while earning the respect of a redcap teaches that authentic strength sometimes requires the courage to embrace necessary destruction. Dryad friendship offers lessons in patience, rootedness, and the kind of deep stability that allows flexibility without loss of essential character. Brownie companionship demonstrates that ordinary activities become sacred when performed with appropriate consciousness and care, while unicorn encounters reveal the possibility of achieving such complete self-acceptance that external validation becomes irrelevant. The magic that flows through all Fey creatures operates according to principles that challenge every assumption about how supernatural forces function in reality. Rather than imposing changes through external power, Fey magic works by awakening capacities that already exist within consciousness, helping beings remember abilities they possessed before cultural conditioning taught them to believe in their own limitations. This approach to magic reflects the deeper truth that authentic transformation cannot be forced from outside, but must emerge from within, through the conscious choice to embrace expanded possibilities. Fey creatures serve as catalysts for this internal transformation, their presence creating conditions where dormant potentials can awaken and develop according to their natural patterns rather than artificial constraints. The evolutionary relationship between Fey creatures and the changing needs of consciousness ensures that new forms of these beings continue to emerge as awareness encounters novel challenges and opportunities. The Feywild serves as a laboratory where archetypal energies experiment with new modes of expression, creating creatures that embody emerging aspects of psychological and spiritual development. Recent manifestations include beings that help consciousness navigate the complex relationship between individual authenticity and collective responsibility, creatures that embody the principle of sustainable abundance that transcends both scarcity and excess, and entities that demonstrate how technology and nature can enhance rather than oppose each other when approached with appropriate wisdom and care. As our exploration of these magnificent and impossible beings draws toward its conclusion, we are left with profound appreciation for the sophisticated wisdom that governs their existence and function within the larger ecosystem of consciousness development. These creatures represent far more than exotic curiosities or supernatural oddities. They embody the universe's own creativity, demonstrating the infinite possibilities that emerge when consciousness learns to transcend the limitations imposed by conventional thinking and cultural conditioning. Through their presence in the Feywild, these beings ensure that wonder remains available to any consciousness willing to step beyond the boundaries of familiar experience. They serve as living proof that existence contains depths and possibilities far beyond anything that ordinary awareness can conceive. Yet these expanded realities remain accessible to those who approach them with appropriate preparation, respect, and commitment to growth. In their impossible beauty and terrifying authenticity, Fey creatures teach perhaps the most important lesson that consciousness can learn: that reality itself is far more fluid, creative, and responsive to awareness than mundane experience suggests, and that the boundaries between possible and impossible exist primarily in the limitations we accept rather than the constraints that existence actually imposes. They invite us to remember that we too are impossible beings, manifestations of archetypal forces, whose true nature transcends any category that finite thinking can create, creatures of wonder who have temporarily forgotten our own magnificent impossibility. Chapter 10. The Language of Bargains. Words are the most dangerous magic ever wielded by conscious beings, for they possess the power to reshape reality itself through the simple act of speaking truth into existence. Yet nowhere is this fundamental principle more perfectly demonstrated than in the ancient art of Fey bargaining, where every syllable carries the weight of cosmic law. Every promise becomes a binding force that transcends mere social convention, and every agreement transforms the very nature of existence, for all parties involved in ways that echo through eternity. In the Feywild, language operates according to principles that would seem impossibly restrictive to minds accustomed to the casual relationship between word and deed that characterizes mortal discourse. Speech and reality interweave so completely that lies become literally impossible to sustain. Promises create unbreakable bonds that constrain even the most powerful beings, and the careful choice of words determines not just the outcome of negotiations, but the fundamental nature of the relationships that emerge from such exchanges. This binding power of language reflects the deeper truth that consciousness itself operates through symbolic structures, that thought creates reality through the act of imposing meaningful patterns upon the infinite potential that underlies all existence. The Fae have never forgotten this essential relationship between word and world, maintaining traditions of verbal precision and contractual integrity that transform every conversation into a form of collaborative creation, where all participants literally speak new realities into being. The foundation of all Fey bargaining rests upon the principle of absolute reciprocity, the understanding that any exchange must benefit all parties in ways that enhance rather than diminish their essential nature and authentic potential. This does not mean that all bargains must be pleasant or comfortable for everyone involved, but rather that each agreement must serve the highest development of all participants, even when that development requires difficult challenges or painful learning experiences. Fey contracts operate through what scholars call essential exchange, transactions that involve the trading of fundamental qualities, capacities, or experiences rather than mere objects or services. A typical Fey bargain might involve exchanging years of life for moments of perfect beauty, trading the capacity for physical pain, for enhanced emotional sensitivity, or swapping memories of sorrow for the ability to appreciate joy at levels that would otherwise remain inaccessible. These exchanges reflect the Fey understanding that true wealth consists not of possessions, but of experiences, not of what one has, but of who one becomes, through the process of conscious engagement with existence. The most valuable commodities in Fey trade are intangible qualities: wisdom gained through suffering, love deepened through loss, courage developed through facing genuine danger, creativity enhanced through exposure to beauty beyond ordinary comprehension. The negotiation process itself follows ritualized patterns that transform bargaining from mere transaction into sacred ceremony, where the highest potentials of all participants can be explored and honored. Fey negotiations typically begin with what is called essence recognition, a formal acknowledgement of each party's fundamental nature, authentic needs, and legitimate rights that establishes the foundation for agreements that serve rather than exploit the deep characteristics that make each being unique. This recognition process often requires multiple sessions as negotiators work through the complex layers of motivation, desire, and need that drive each party's interest in potential exchange. Skilled Fey bargainers understand that surface requests often mask deeper longings that can only be satisfied through creative solutions that address root causes rather than superficial symptoms. A mortal who approaches a Fey court requesting power to defeat their enemies might discover through careful exploration that their true need involves healing the wounds that created the conflict in the first place. The resulting bargain might involve the mortal accepting temporary vulnerability in exchange for the capacity to see their opponent's authentic humanity, leading to resolution through understanding rather than victory through force. The language used in Fey negotiations employs what linguists call precision terminology, vocabulary that carries exact meaning without possibility of misinterpretation or exploitation through semantic manipulation. Every word in a Fey contract has been refined through centuries of use to eliminate ambiguity while preserving the flexibility necessary for creative problem solving. This linguistic precision extends beyond mere clarity to encompass what the Fey call resonance matching, the practice of choosing words that align not just with logical meaning, but with the emotional and spiritual frequencies of all parties involved. Successful Fey bargains create agreements that feel authentic and satisfying at the deepest levels of consciousness, while failed negotiations often result from mismatched linguistic resonance that leaves participants feeling somehow betrayed even when all explicit terms have been fulfilled. The most sophisticated Fey contracts include evolution clauses, provisions that allow agreements to develop and change as the consciousness of all parties grows and deepens. These clauses recognize that beings are not static entities, but dynamic processes of becoming, and that contracts which serve authentic development must possess sufficient flexibility to accommodate the changes that growth inevitably brings. Evolution clauses typically specify the conditions under which contract terms can be renegotiated, the types of changes that require mutual consent versus those that can be implemented unilaterally, and the methods for resolving disputes that arise when parties develop in directions that create previously unforeseen conflicts or incompatibilities. The enforcement mechanisms that govern Fey contracts operate through what appears to be cosmic law itself, rather than any external authority or institution. Violation of a Fey bargain creates immediate disruption in the violator's relationship with reality, manifesting as an inability to achieve authentic satisfaction through any means until the breach has been addressed and appropriate restitution has been made. This self-enforcing quality of Fey contracts reflects their foundation in the fundamental patterns that govern all existence rather than arbitrary rules imposed by cultural convention. Breaking a Fey bargain violates not just social agreement, but the essential harmony that allows consciousness to function effectively within the larger web of relationships that sustain all beings. The consequences of contract violation vary depending on the nature of the breach and the spiritual development of the violator. Those who break agreements through ignorance or misunderstanding typically experience gentle correction that helps them learn appropriate respect for the power of words and promises. Deliberate violators face increasingly severe consequences that escalate until they either make appropriate amends or find themselves excluded from further participation in the networks of trust and cooperation that make civilized existence possible. The most tragic cases involve beings who become trapped in cycles of violation and consequence, unable to break free from patterns of dishonesty and betrayal that progressively isolate them from authentic relationship with others. These individuals often become the targets of wild hunt pursuit as the universe itself mobilizes to address breaches that threaten the fundamental reliability upon which all cooperation depends. The art of successful Fey bargaining requires the development of what practitioners call integral awareness, the capacity to perceive simultaneously the immediate implications and ultimate consequences of any proposed agreement. This involves understanding not just how a bargain will affect the immediate circumstances of all parties, but how it will influence their long-term development, their relationships with others, and their integration within the larger patterns of cosmic harmony. Integral awareness includes sensitivity to what the Fae call cascade effects, the recognition that every agreement creates ripples that extend far beyond the immediate participants to affect entire networks of relationship and responsibility. A bargain that seems perfectly appropriate when viewed in isolation might prove destructive when its broader implications are considered, while agreements that appear disadvantageous in the short term often yield unexpected benefits when their full consequences unfold over time. The development of integral awareness typically requires extensive training in systems thinking, emotional intelligence, and spiritual discernment that allows negotiators to perceive the subtle connections between apparently separate phenomena. Master Fey bargainers spend centuries learning to trace the complex webs of cause and effect that link individual choices to collective outcomes, developing the wisdom necessary to craft agreements that serve not just personal interests, but the broader harmony that sustains all existence. The most revered Fey negotiators possess what is called temporal perspective, the ability to perceive how current agreements will influence the development of consciousness across multiple generations and historical epochs. These beings understand that every bargain contributes to the ongoing evolution of awareness itself, either supporting or hindering the collective growth toward greater wisdom, compassion, and authentic understanding of existence. Temporal perspective allows master negotiators to craft agreements that appear to serve immediate needs, while actually promoting developments that will benefit all parties far more profoundly than anyone initially realizes. These agreements often include elements that seem inexplicable or even disadvantageous until years or decades later, when their deeper purposes reveal themselves through the growth and transformation they have facilitated. The relationship between Fey bargaining and mortal contract law reveals the profound gap between legal systems based on external enforcement and agreements that rely on the intrinsic harmony between consciousness and cosmic order. Mortal contracts typically focus on preventing exploitation and ensuring compliance through threats of punishment, while Fey bargains emphasize creating conditions where all parties want to fulfill their commitments, because doing so serves their authentic development and deepest satisfaction. This difference reflects fundamentally different assumptions about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to existence. Mortal legal thinking tends to assume that beings are primarily self-interested entities who will exploit others unless prevented by external constraints, while Fey bargaining operates from the understanding that authentic self-interest ultimately aligns with collective welfare when all parties achieve sufficient wisdom to perceive their fundamental interconnection. The study of Fey contracts has influenced the development of what legal scholars call integral jurisprudence, approaches to law that focus on restoration rather than punishment, that seek to address root causes rather than merely symptoms, and that recognize the complex relationships between individual choices and collective outcomes. These emerging legal philosophies attempt to bridge the gap between mortal and Fey approaches to agreement and enforcement. The psychological effects of participating in authentic Fey bargaining often prove transformative for mortals who have become accustomed to relationships based on manipulation, exploitation, or mere convenience. The experience of being truly seen and valued for their essential nature, of having their authentic needs recognized and addressed, and of participating in agreements that serve their highest development can catalyze profound healing and growth. Mortals who successfully navigate Fey negotiations frequently return to their ordinary lives with enhanced capacity for honest communication, deeper appreciation for the power of words and promises, and improved ability to recognize and create relationships based on mutual respect and genuine care. They often become leaders in their communities, helping others learn to approach agreements with greater integrity and wisdom. However, the transition back to mortal society can prove challenging for those who have experienced the perfect honesty and authentic care that characterizes Fey relationships. They may find themselves unable to tolerate the casual dishonesty, broken promises, and exploitative relationships that often pass for normal in mortal civilization, leading to periods of isolation and frustration as they seek to find or create environments that support the higher standards of integrity they have learned to value. The seasonal variations in Fey bargaining reflect the natural cycles that govern all development and growth. Spring negotiations typically focus on agreements that initiate new projects, relationships, or phases of development, with contracts designed to provide the support and protection necessary for fragile beginnings to take root and establish themselves. Summer bargains often involve the expansion and enhancement of existing agreements, adding new dimensions, or increasing the scope of ongoing relationships, as all parties develop greater capacity and deeper understanding of their mutual potential. These negotiations celebrate abundance and growth, while ensuring that expansion serves harmony rather than creating unsustainable demands or unrealistic expectations. Autumn bargaining emphasizes completion, integration, and the transformation of temporary agreements into lasting wisdom that can guide future relationships. These negotiations often involve the careful conclusion of contracts that have served their purpose, with all parties working to extract maximum value from their shared experience, while gracefully releasing what no longer serves their continued development. Winter negotiations focus on the essential preservation and protection of what matters most during periods of apparent limitation or external challenge. These agreements often involve mutual support systems that help all parties maintain their authentic development even when circumstances become difficult or external resources become scarce. The most masterful Fey bargainers develop the ability to work with what is called multi-temporal contracting, the creation of agreements that operate simultaneously across multiple timescales and developmental phases. These contracts include provisions that activate or modify themselves as circumstances change and consciousness evolves, creating living agreements that grow and adapt along with their participants. Multi-temporal contracts often include what appear to be contradictory clauses that actually represent different aspects of the same underlying principle as perceived from various levels of development or understanding. A bargain might simultaneously promise immediate protection and ultimate challenge, current comfort and future growth, individual benefit and collective service, with the apparent contradictions resolving themselves as participants develop sufficient wisdom to perceive the deeper unity underlying surface diversity. The role of witnesses in Fey bargaining extends far beyond mere legal documentation to encompass active participation in the creation and maintenance of the reality that each agreement brings into being. Fey witnesses serve as guardians of contractual integrity, who help ensure that all parties continue to receive the benefits they were promised, while fulfilling their own obligations in ways that serve, rather than diminish, their authentic development. These witnesses often include entities from multiple planes of existence who can perceive implications and consequences that remain invisible to the immediate participants. Celestial beings might serve as witnesses for agreements that involve spiritual development, elemental entities for contracts affecting natural processes, and ancestral spirits for bargains that influence cultural evolution or historical development. The witnessing process itself involves a form of collective consciousness creation, where all observers contribute their understanding and wisdom to the establishment of contractual terms that serve the highest good of everyone involved. This collaborative approach to agreement creation ensures that individual limitations or blind spots do not compromise the integrity of contracts that must function effectively across extended periods and varying circumstances. As our exploration of this profound and complex aspect of Fey culture draws toward its conclusion, we are left with deep appreciation for the sophisticated wisdom that governs the art of authentic agreement creation. The language of bargains represents far more than a system for conducting transactions. It embodies the universe's own commitment to relationships based on truth, reciprocity, and mutual benefit rather than exploitation, manipulation, or casual disregard for the welfare of others. Through their mastery of binding language and authentic exchange, the Fae demonstrate that civilization can be built upon foundations of trust and integrity, rather than fear and coercion. Their bargaining traditions offer a vision of what human relationships might become when consciousness develops sufficient wisdom to recognize that authentic self-interest ultimately serves collective welfare, and that the greatest wealth comes not from accumulating possessions, but from participating in networks of care and creativity that enhance the potential of all beings. In the end, the language of bargains teaches that words are sacred tools for creating reality, that promises are the building blocks of civilization, and that every agreement we make contributes to the ongoing creation of the world in which we all must live. When we speak with integrity, negotiate with wisdom, and honor our commitments with faithfulness, we participate in the ancient magic that transforms isolated individuals into connected communities, separate interests into shared purpose, and mere existence into conscious collaboration with the creative forces that shape all reality. Chapter 11. Time, Memory, and Madness. Time is the greatest illusion ever created by consciousness, yet it is also the fundamental framework through which all experience becomes possible. All growth achieves meaning, and all relationships develop depth and significance. Where reality operates according to principles that transcend the linear causality that governs mortal existence, time reveals its true nature as a fluid medium that consciousness can shape, navigate, and transform according to its level of development and understanding of the deeper patterns that connect all moments into a single, eternal now. The temporal distortions that characterize the Feywild emerge not from magical manipulation of natural law, but from the recognition that time itself is consciousness experiencing its own development through the illusion of sequential progression. In realms where awareness can perceive the eternal patterns underlying all change, the artificial separation between past, present, and future dissolves into a more authentic understanding of existence as a single, infinitely complex moment that contains all possibilities simultaneously. For mortals accustomed to the reliable progression of seconds, minutes, and hours, entry into the Feywild often triggers the first symptoms of what scholars call temporal displacement syndrome, a form of cognitive disorientation that occurs when consciousness trained to process experience sequentially encounters environments where causality operates according to narrative logic rather than mechanical progression. The initial stages of temporal displacement typically manifest as subtle confusion about duration and sequence. A conversation that feels like it lasted mere minutes might span what would be hours in linear time, while experiences that seem to unfold over days or weeks might compress into moments so brief they barely register on normal temporal perception. Visitors often report feeling simultaneously exhausted from lengthy experiences and energized by adventures that seem to occur in impossible timeframes. As displacement syndrome progresses, affected individuals begin to experience memory anomalies that challenge their fundamental assumptions about the relationship between experience and recollection. They might remember conversations with beings they have not yet met, retain vivid impressions of places they have never visited, or discover that events they clearly recall, having experienced multiple times, apparently occurred only once, or perhaps never happened at all, in any conventionally verifiable sense. These memory distortions reflect the Feywild's capacity to activate what the Fey call probability consciousness, awareness of multiple potential timelines and alternative possibilities that exist parallel to whatever specific sequence of events consciousness happens to be experiencing at any given moment. In realms where thought and reality interweave more directly than in the material plane, the distinction between what actually happened and what might have happened becomes increasingly meaningless. The most profound temporal effects occur in what the Fae call narrative time zones, regions where the flow of experience follows story logic rather than chronological progression. In these areas, events unfold according to dramatic necessity and symbolic significance rather than mere causal sequence, creating environments where the most important developments occur precisely when they will have maximum meaning and transformative impact. Visitors to narrative time zones often find themselves participating in stories that seem to write themselves, with coincidences, meetings, and revelations occurring with the kind of perfect timing that would seem impossibly artificial in ordinary reality. Yet these coincidences feel entirely natural within the context of the Feywild's approach to temporal organization, where meaning takes precedence over mechanism and purpose guides progression more directly than cause and effect relationships. The inhabitants of the Feywild have developed sophisticated techniques for navigating temporal fluidity without losing their essential identity or psychological coherence. Fey consciousness operates through what scholars call eternal present awareness, the capacity to experience each moment as containing infinite depth and possibility, while maintaining continuity of identity across transformations that would fragment less flexible forms of awareness. This eternal present awareness allows Fey beings to participate fully in whatever temporal environment they encounter, while retaining access to the timeless perspective that recognizes all change as surface variation upon deeper patterns that remain constant throughout apparent transformation. They can experience linear time when interacting with mortals, cyclical time when participating in seasonal rituals, or mythic time when engaging in archetypal dramas, shifting fluidly between temporal modes without confusion or loss of essential selfhood. The development of eternal present awareness requires the kind of psychological flexibility that comes from recognizing identity as a dynamic process rather than a fixed state. Beings who achieve this level of temporal mastery learn to find security in their capacity for adaptation rather than in maintaining unchanging external circumstances or rigid self-concepts that must be defended against the natural fluidity that characterizes all authentic existence. For mortals, the cultivation of eternal present awareness often begins with meditation practices that help consciousness recognize the distinction between the thinking mind that creates temporal experience and the witnessing awareness that perceives all thinking from a perspective that transcends time altogether. These practices gradually develop the ability to participate in temporal flow while maintaining access to the eternal perspective that remains unaffected by any particular sequence of events. Yet the price of achieving temporal mastery can prove devastating for consciousness that lacks sufficient preparation or support. The condition known as chronesthetic dissociation affects individuals who have been exposed to extreme temporal distortion without adequate grounding in stable identity structures that can withstand the dissolution of familiar frameworks for organizing experience. Chronesthetic dissociation typically begins with increasing difficulty in maintaining coherent narrative about one's own life and experiences. Affected individuals find themselves unable to organize their memories into meaningful sequences, losing track of which events preceded others and which relationships developed in what order. Their sense of personal history becomes fragmented and contradictory as they struggle to reconcile experiences that occurred in different temporal frameworks. As the condition progresses, dissociation sufferers lose the ability to plan for the future or learn from the past, trapped in an eternal present that lacks the temporal structure necessary for purposeful action or meaningful relationship. They may become fixated on single moments or experiences that have achieved such vividness that all other awareness pales by comparison, or they might drift into a state of temporal amnesia where each moment feels completely disconnected from every other moment they have ever experienced. The most severe cases involve complete ego dissolution, where individual identity becomes so dispersed across multiple temporal possibilities that no coherent selfhood remains to serve as an organizing principle for consciousness. These individuals may physically survive their exposure to extreme temporal distortion, but exist in a state of perpetual confusion about who they are, where they come from, or what they intended to accomplish through their actions. The treatment of chronesthetic dissociation requires careful reintegration of temporal awareness through graduated exposure to increasingly complex forms of time consciousness, while maintaining strong anchoring in stable identity structures. Healers typically begin by helping affected individuals reconnect with their most fundamental sense of selfhood, their deepest values, their core relationships, their essential purpose or calling, creating psychological foundations stable enough to support renewed engagement with temporal complexity. Recovery often involves learning to work with time as a creative medium rather than a constraint, developing the kind of fluid relationship with temporal flow that allows consciousness to shape its experience of duration and sequence according to its authentic needs and highest purposes. Those who achieve successful integration often emerge from the process with enhanced capacity for creativity, intuition, and spiritual development that compensates for the trauma involved in their temporal disruption. The relationship between memory and identity becomes especially complex in the Feywild, where the usual mechanisms for maintaining psychological continuity prove inadequate for environments where past and future interpenetrate so completely that conventional concepts of personal history lose their organizing power. Fey beings have developed alternative approaches to identity formation that rely more heavily on essential nature and authentic purpose than on biographical continuity. Fey memory operates through what scholars call archetypal resonance rather than chronological sequence, organizing experiences according to their symbolic significance and transformative impact rather than their position in temporal progression. This allows Fey consciousness to maintain coherent identity across vast spans of time and through radical transformations that would completely fragment identity structures based on biographical consistency. For mortals, learning to function effectively in Fey environments, the development of archetypal memory becomes essential for psychological survival. This involves learning to organize experience according to meaning and purpose rather than mere sequence, finding the underlying patterns that connect apparently disconnected events into coherent narratives that serve growth and development rather than simply preserving a sense of continuity with the past. Archetypal memory allows consciousness to maintain access to the wisdom and understanding gained through all previous experiences while remaining free to respond authentically to present circumstances rather than being constrained by historical patterns that may no longer serve current needs and purposes. This form of memory becomes particularly valuable in environments where external circumstances change so rapidly that biographical continuity becomes impossible to maintain. The practice of archetypal memory cultivation often involves meditation techniques that help consciousness identify the essential themes and patterns that have shaped its development across all previous experience. Practitioners learn to recognize how different events and relationships have contributed to their current capacity for love, wisdom, creativity, and service. Finding the golden thread of purpose that connects all their experiences into a meaningful whole. As consciousness develops greater facility with archetypal memory, it often discovers that experiences which seemed random or meaningless at the time they occurred actually served essential functions in preparing awareness for later challenges and opportunities. This recognition transforms the relationship with personal history from a collection of arbitrary events into a coherent curriculum designed to develop specific capacities and understanding. The phenomenon of memory bleeding represents one of the most disorienting aspects of extended exposure to Fey temporal environments. This condition involves the spontaneous activation of memories that belong to other beings, other timelines, or other probability streams that consciousness has encountered during its journeys through non-linear time zones. Memory bleeding typically begins with fleeting impressions or emotions that seem strangely familiar, despite having no apparent connection to one's own experience. Affected individuals might find themselves feeling nostalgic for places they have never visited, grieving for losses they have never suffered, or feeling grateful for kindnesses they have never received. These foreign memories often carry such emotional intensity that they can be difficult to distinguish from authentic personal experience. As memory bleeding intensifies, affected individuals may begin to experience complete immersion in experiences that belong to other beings entirely. They might find themselves reliving the childhood of a Fey noble, experiencing the death of an ancient tree spirit, or participating in historical events that occurred centuries before their birth. These experiences feel completely authentic while they are occurring, often more vivid and meaningful than the individual's actual biographical memories. The most severe cases of memory bleeding involve what scholars call identity fusion, where consciousness becomes so thoroughly infiltrated by foreign memories that it loses track of which experiences actually belong to its own developmental history. These individuals may claim multiple contradictory biographical narratives as equally true, or they might lose all sense of personal identity as it becomes dissolved in an ocean of experiences that belong to countless other beings. Memory bleeding often occurs when consciousness encounters what the Fae call memory nexus points. Locations where the experiences of multiple beings have become so deeply imprinted in the environment that visitors can directly access the accumulated wisdom and trauma of all who have passed through those spaces. These nexus points serve as libraries where the collective experience of entire communities can be preserved and shared, yet they can prove overwhelming for consciousness that lacks sufficient grounding in its own authentic identity. The healing of memory bleeding requires careful discrimination between authentic and foreign memories, while learning to appreciate the gifts that temporary access to other perspectives can provide. Rather than simply rejecting all non-biographical memories as false, effective treatment involves developing the ability to learn from foreign experiences while maintaining clear awareness of which memories serve one's own development and which belong to other beings' journeys. This discrimination process often reveals that memory bleeding, while disorienting, can provide access to wisdom and understanding that would otherwise require lifetimes to develop through direct experience. Consciousness that learns to work skillfully with foreign memories can accelerate its development while avoiding the trauma and limitation that originally generated the experiences it is accessing through temporal spatial displacement. The relationship between temporal distortion and spiritual development reveals one of the most profound aspects of Feywild existence. Many beings seek exposure to non-linear time environments specifically because such exposure can catalyze forms of consciousness development that would be impossible within the constraints of ordinary temporal progression. The dissolution of familiar temporal frameworks forces consciousness to discover sources of security and meaning that transcend the ordinary mechanisms for maintaining psychological stability. This process, while often uncomfortable or even terrifying, can lead to breakthrough realizations about the true nature of identity, purpose, and relationship that transform an individual's entire approach to existence. Spiritual traditions across multiple planes have developed practices that deliberately induce controlled forms of temporal disorientation as methods for accelerating consciousness development. These practices recognize that attachment to linear time often serves as one of the primary obstacles to achieving the kind of expanded awareness that can perceive the eternal patterns underlying all temporal change. Yet such practices require careful guidance and extensive preparation to avoid the psychological fragmentation that can result from uncontrolled exposure to temporal fluidity. The most effective approaches involve gradual expansion of temporal awareness combined with strengthening of essential identity structures that can provide stability during periods of extreme disorientation. The ultimate goal of temporal spiritual practice involves achieving what mystics call chronos transcendence, the ability to participate fully in time, while maintaining awareness of the timeless perspective that recognizes all temporal experience as occurring within eternal consciousness. This achievement represents one of the highest forms of spiritual development possible within embodied existence. Beings who achieve chronos transcendence can move fluidly between different temporal frameworks as circumstances require, while never losing touch with the eternal perspective that provides ultimate security and meaning. They become bridges between temporal and eternal awareness, helping other beings navigate the complex relationship between time-bound experience and timeless understanding. The legends of mortals who have achieved successful integration with Fey temporal environments often serve as teaching stories that help others understand the possibilities and perils involved in transcending ordinary time consciousness. These tales typically emphasize the importance of maintaining strong connections to essential purpose and authentic relationship as anchors that can provide stability during periods of extreme temporal disorientation. The most inspiring stories involve individuals who use their exposure to temporal fluidity as opportunities for accelerated spiritual development, emerging from their experiences with enhanced capacity for love, wisdom, and service that more than compensated for whatever difficulties they encountered during their temporal journeys. These examples demonstrate that the challenges of non-linear time can become gateways to expanded consciousness when approached with appropriate preparation and commitment to growth. As our exploration of these profound and challenging aspects of Feywild existence draws toward its conclusion, we are left with deep appreciation for the courage required to venture into realms where the most fundamental assumptions about time, memory, and identity must be surrendered in service of expanded understanding. The temporal mysteries of the Feywild offer both tremendous opportunity and significant peril for consciousness willing to explore the true nature of existence beyond the comfortable limitations of linear thinking. Through their mastery of temporal fluidity, the Fey demonstrate that time need not be a constraint but can become a creative medium for consciousness development when approached with sufficient wisdom and flexibility. Their example points toward possibilities for human development that transcend the artificial boundaries imposed by conventional thinking about past, present, and future. In the end, the mysteries of time, memory, and madness teach that consciousness itself exists beyond all temporal constraints, that authentic identity transcends any particular sequence of experiences, and that the courage to surrender familiar frameworks for organizing reality can open doorways to forms of awareness that reveal existence itself as far more magnificent, creative, and responsive to conscious intention than ordinary experience suggests. The Feywild's temporal mysteries remind us that we are not prisoners of time, but rather its conscious collaborators in the ongoing creation of reality itself. Chapter 12. The Eternal Dance. At the heart of all existence lies a rhythm so fundamental that it shapes the very fabric of reality, the eternal dance between creation and destruction, light and shadow, order and chaos, the known and the unknowable. This cosmic choreography finds its most perfect expression in the relationship between the mortal world and the Feywild, where every step taken in one realm creates echoes that resonate through the other, where every breath drawn by conscious beings feeds the great spiral of becoming that connects all possibilities into a single, magnificent pattern of eternal transformation. The Feywild stands as more than a parallel dimension or exotic destination for brave adventurers. It serves as the shadow self of mortal consciousness, the repository of all the dreams, fears, potentials, and possibilities that rational minds must suppress or ignore to function within the practical limitations of physical existence. It is the place where everything that cannot fit into the neat categories of everyday life goes to maintain its vitality, waiting for moments when expanded awareness creates openings for their return to conscious experience. This shadow function operates not through opposition, but through complementarity, like the relationship between day and night, summer and winter, breathing in and breathing out. The material plane provides the structure, stability, and practical focus that allows consciousness to develop skills, relationships, and achievements that serve survival and social coordination. The Feywild offers the imagination, inspiration, and transcendent possibility that prevents such development from becoming rigid, mechanical, or spiritually sterile. Every mortal who has ever paused in wonder at a sunset, felt their heart stirred by music, or experienced the kind of love that transcends rational explanation, has touched the edges of the Feywild, without necessarily recognizing the source of their inspiration. The realm's influence permeates ordinary existence through dreams that visit sleeping minds, intuitions that guide important decisions, and moments of synchronicity that reveal the meaningful patterns underlying apparently random events. Yet this influence flows in both directions, for the Feywild depends upon mortal experience to maintain its own vitality and relevance. The passionate intensity with which mortals embrace life, knowing that their time is limited, provides energy that immortal consciousness cannot generate through its own eternal existence. The Fey need mortal dreams to fuel their own creativity, mortal fears to sharpen their understanding of what requires protection, mortal hopes to remind them why existence deserves celebration despite its inevitable difficulties. This mutual dependence creates a relationship that transcends simple alliance or opposition to become something more like a cosmic marriage between complementary aspects of consciousness itself. Neither realm can achieve its full potential without the other, yet neither can merge completely without losing the essential qualities that make their relationship creative and transformative. The dance between these realms plays out through countless individual encounters where mortals touch the edges of Fey reality and return transformed by experiences that expand their understanding of what existence can contain. A child who believes they have glimpsed fairies in a garden carries that sense of wonder throughout their life, maintaining openness to beauty and possibility that enriches every subsequent experience. An artist who draws inspiration from dreams of impossible landscapes creates works that help others remember that reality contains depths beyond ordinary perception. These individual transformations accumulate over generations to shape entire cultures and civilizations, creating periods of flourishing when societies maintain healthy connections to Fey influences, and times of decline when those connections are severed or forgotten. The greatest achievements of mortal civilization, its art, literature, music, and spiritual traditions, typically emerge from periods when the boundary between worlds remains permeable enough to allow creative inspiration to flow freely between realms. Yet the dance can also turn destructive when the relationship between worlds becomes unbalanced or exploitative. Mortals who seek to use Fey power without understanding its nature often trigger responses that teach respect through harsh experience, while Fey beings who become too detached from mortal concerns may find their own existence growing sterile and meaningless despite its immortal duration. The seasonal cycles that govern the Feywild serve as the primary mechanism for maintaining healthy balance between creative inspiration and practical grounding, expansion and contraction, possibility and limitation. Each season offers different gifts and challenges that help consciousness develop the full range of capacities necessary for authentic wisdom and lasting satisfaction. Spring brings the energy of new beginnings, the courage to venture beyond familiar boundaries, and the faith that expansion serves growth rather than mere accumulation or consumption. Yet spring's gifts must be balanced by summer's lessons about bringing visions into sustainable manifestation, creating beauty that can endure rather than mere novelty that quickly loses its appeal. Summer offers the experience of abundance, the joy of creative fulfillment, and the understanding that consciousness can achieve states of development where existence feels like continuous celebration. Yet summer's gifts require autumn's wisdom about completion, integration, and the graceful release of what has served its purpose to make room for new growth and development. Autumn teaches the art of harvesting meaning from experience, finding wisdom in limitation, and discovering that endings can be as beautiful as beginnings when approached with appropriate awareness and acceptance. Yet autumn's gifts must be complemented by winter's lessons about essential preservation, the courage to face truth without comfortable illusions, and the faith that apparent death serves ultimate life. Winter provides the clarity that comes from stripping away non-essentials, the strength that emerges from finding security in what cannot be taken away, and the peace that accompanies complete acceptance of natural cycles that govern all existence. Yet winter's gifts require spring's renewal to prevent clarity from becoming coldness, strength from becoming rigidity, and acceptance from becoming passive resignation to circumstances that can and should be improved. This eternal cycle ensures that no single approach to existence becomes permanently dominant, that consciousness continues to grow and develop rather than stagnating in comfortable but limited patterns, and that the relationship between worlds remains dynamic rather than falling into predictable routines that lose their transformative power. The individual journey of any consciousness that learns to navigate both realms successfully recapitulates this larger pattern, beginning with spring's wonder and courage, progressing through summer's creative fulfillment, deepening through autumn's wisdom and integration, and achieving winter's essential clarity before returning to spring's renewed possibility at higher levels of understanding and capacity. Yet this spiral progression never truly ends, for consciousness appears to possess infinite capacity for continued development when it learns to work with rather than against the natural rhythms that govern all authentic growth. Each completion of the cycle provides foundation for approaching the same eternal themes with greater depth, wisdom, and creative potential. The great teaching that emerges from sustained relationship with the Feywild involves learning to find security in the process of transformation itself, rather than in maintaining static conditions that must inevitably change. This represents perhaps the most profound shift possible in how consciousness relates to existence, the recognition that change serves preservation of what matters most, that uncertainty creates space for genuine creativity, and that apparent endings make possible beginnings that could never emerge from mere continuation of existing patterns. This teaching challenges every assumption that underlies ordinary approaches to security, success, and satisfaction. Instead of seeking to accumulate possessions, achievements, or relationships that will provide lasting happiness, consciousness learns to find fulfillment in its own capacity for growth, adaptation, and creative response to whatever circumstances arise. Instead of trying to control external conditions to ensure favorable outcomes, awareness develops trust in its ability to extract value and meaning from any situation, while working skillfully to create conditions that serve the authentic welfare of all beings. Instead of fearing loss and change as threats to happiness, consciousness discovers that willingness to release what no longer serves creates space for developments that surpass anything that clinging could preserve. The wisdom traditions that emerge from sustained relationship with Fey influences often emphasize practices that help consciousness develop comfort with uncertainty, fluidity, and the kind of creative responsiveness that allows authentic success in environments where rigid planning proves inadequate and fixed strategies become obstacles to optimal outcomes. These practices typically involve some form of meditation or contemplation that helps awareness recognize the distinction between its essential nature, which remains constant throughout all change, and its temporary manifestations in particular circumstances, relationships, and activities. This recognition provides the secure foundation necessary for embracing transformation without fear of losing whatever truly matters. They also include training in what might be called creative adaptation, development of capacities for improvisation, innovation, and collaborative problem-solving that allow consciousness to work effectively with others in creating solutions that serve everyone's authentic needs, even when those needs initially appear contradictory or incompatible. Perhaps most importantly, these traditions emphasize the cultivation of what the Fae call wonder maintenance, the preservation of openness to beauty, mystery, and possibility that prevents awareness from becoming so focused on practical concerns that it loses touch with the sources of inspiration and meaning that make all practical activity worthwhile. Wonder maintenance requires deliberate practice in environments where efficiency and predictability are valued above creativity and discovery, where mystery is often treated as a problem to be solved rather than a gift to be appreciated, and where the pressure to achieve measurable results can crowd out time for the kind of unstructured exploration that allows authentic insights to emerge. Yet the effort invested in preserving wonder pays dividends that transform every aspect of experience, for consciousness that maintains openness to possibility discovers opportunities for growth, healing, and creative collaboration that remain invisible to awareness trapped in purely rational or practical frameworks. The collective implications of widespread wonder maintenance extend far beyond individual development to influence the evolution of entire civilizations and cultures. Societies that preserve healthy connections to Fey influences tend to develop art, literature, and spiritual traditions that inspire continued growth across generations, while also maintaining the practical skills and social structures necessary for stable prosperity. These societies typically exhibit what historians call creative resilience, the ability to adapt successfully to changing circumstances while preserving essential values and maintaining cultural continuity across periods of significant external change. They avoid both the stagnation that comes from rigid adherence to outdated patterns and the chaos that results from abandoning all traditional wisdom in favor of untested innovations. The balance between tradition and innovation that characterizes healthy cultures reflects the same principle that governs the relationship between the material plane and the Feywild, the recognition that stability and change serve each other rather than competing for dominance, that preservation of what works best enables experimentation with what might work better, and that authentic progress honors the past while remaining open to future possibilities. This balanced approach to cultural development has become increasingly relevant as mortal civilizations face challenges that require both unprecedented innovation and renewed appreciation for traditional wisdom about sustainable relationships with natural systems and each other. The Fey understanding of cyclical time offers alternative approaches to development that could help societies navigate current transitions without losing either their essential identity or their capacity for continued evolution. The individual practice of maintaining connection to Fey influences while functioning effectively in mortal society often begins with simple activities that help preserve sensitivity to beauty, meaning, and possibility amid the pressures of practical responsibility. These might include regular time in natural settings, engagement with artistic or creative practices, cultivation of friendships based on mutual appreciation rather than mere convenience, and moments of contemplation that help awareness remember its connection to larger patterns of meaning and purpose. As this practice deepens, many individuals discover that what initially seemed like escapes from ordinary reality actually enhance their capacity for authentic engagement with practical challenges. The inspiration drawn from Fey influences often provides creative solutions to mundane problems, while the expanded perspective gained through exposure to archetypal patterns helps individuals navigate complex social and professional situations with greater wisdom and effectiveness. The most profound development occurs when consciousness learns to perceive ordinary reality itself as shot through with Fey influence. When every encounter becomes an opportunity for wonder, every challenge becomes a chance for creative growth, and every moment contains the potential for transformation that connects individual experience to the vast patterns of becoming that govern all existence. This perception represents not a retreat from reality, but a recognition of reality's true nature as far more creative, responsive, and meaningful than purely material perspectives suggest. It reveals that the boundary between ordinary and extraordinary exists primarily in the limitations of perception rather than in the actual nature of existence itself. The ultimate gift of the Feywild lies not in providing escape from the difficulties of mortal existence, but in revealing that those difficulties serve purposes far more profound than mere obstacle or punishment. They provide the resistance necessary for consciousness to develop strength, the challenges that catalyze growth, and the limitations that give meaning to choice and significance to achievement. From this perspective, the relationship between wonder and terror that characterizes Fey experience becomes a teaching about the nature of existence itself. That authentic engagement with reality requires courage to face whatever arises, wisdom to distinguish between beneficial and harmful challenges, and faith that consciousness possesses the resources necessary to extract value and meaning from any situation when approached with appropriate understanding and skill. The terror that accompanies wonder in Fey encounters reflects not sadistic cruelty but honest acknowledgement that growth always involves venturing beyond familiar boundaries into territory where existing knowledge and skills prove inadequate. The fear serves a protective function, ensuring that expansion occurs gradually enough for consciousness to integrate new capacities without being overwhelmed by experiences that exceed its current capacity for understanding. Yet the wonder that accompanies terror reveals that consciousness possesses infinite capacity for development when it learns to work with rather than against the natural processes that govern authentic growth. The beauty discovered through facing legitimate fear surpasses anything that can be achieved through avoiding challenge or seeking only comfortable experiences. This recognition transforms the entire relationship with difficulty, uncertainty, and change from something to be avoided into opportunities for discovering capacities and possibilities that could never emerge through maintaining safe but limited conditions. It reveals that consciousness itself is an adventure of unlimited scope and duration, with each individual existence serving as one movement in a cosmic symphony of becoming that encompasses all possible forms of beauty, meaning, and authentic achievement. As our exploration of the Feywild and its profound relationship with mortal existence draws toward its close, we are left with a deep appreciation for the magnificent complexity that underlies what often appears as simple fairy tale or children's story. The realm of the Fey represents nothing less than consciousness exploring its own infinite creative potential through relationship with forms of awareness that embody archetypal patterns too vast for any single perspective to encompass completely. Through their eternal dance with mortal experience, the Fey serve as guardians of possibility itself, ensuring that imagination remains available to practical minds, that inspiration continues to flow into artistic endeavor, that wonder survives the pressure of necessity, and that terror maintains its power to catalyze transformation, rather than merely paralyzing consciousness with fear of the unknown. In their impossible beauty and necessary strangeness, the inhabitants of the Feywild remind us that reality itself is far more creative, responsive, and meaningful than conventional thinking suggests. They invite us to remember that we too are impossible beings, manifestations of consciousness in forms that transcend any category that finite thinking can create, participants in a cosmic adventure whose scope and significance surpasses anything that ordinary awareness can conceive. The eternal dance continues, and every step we take, whether in dreams or waking life, in practical activity or creative exploration, in solitude or relationship, contributes to the vast choreography that connects individual experience to the universal patterns of becoming that ensure existence itself remains an ongoing celebration of consciousness, discovering its own infinite potential for beauty, wisdom, love, and authentic understanding. In this dance, wonder and terror remain eternal partners, each giving meaning to the other, each ensuring that consciousness never settles into comfortable limitation, but continues growing toward ever greater appreciation of the magnificent mystery that existence represents when perceived from expanded awareness. The Feywild stands as eternal invitation to join this dance consciously, to embrace both beauty and challenge as gifts that serve the continued evolution of awareness itself. Accepting this invitation, we discover that the magic we sought in distant realms was always present in our own existence, waiting for consciousness to develop sufficient sensitivity, courage, and wisdom to recognize that ordinary reality itself is the greatest fairy tale ever told. A story of infinite creativity exploring its own potential through countless forms of consciousness, each one precious beyond measure, each one contributing something irreplaceable to the ongoing creation of a universe that exists for no purpose, other than the sheer joy of conscious beings, discovering what existence can become when imagination and love unite in service of the highest possibilities that awareness can conceive.